Tony Dunn. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll.
In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers news and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
Hello, Carolina Panther fans. Welcome back to the C3 Panthers Podcast, the longest running Panthers podcast, as we are in the midst of concluding our 10th season as a podcast, which is amazing. The way that I kind of mark the beginning and the close of this podcast is with the Super Bowl, right? So the week of the Super Bowl is the last week, and then you begin the new year coming up. So we will be heading into our 11th season as a podcast, which is so much fun because I've just made a bunch of brothers and a bunch of friends, and you guys know them. They're all in the chat and stuff. And boy, just when you think there's nothing to talk about, actually, no one thought there was going to be nothing to talk about, bro. It's Tuesday night. We got a ton to talk about, and the Carolina Panthers have started their coaching search. Oh my gosh, can we not get fooled again? That's maybe that's what the name of the show should have been if YouTube didn't care about SEO and stuff like that. Can we not get ruled again? Maybe is what it should have been. Anyway, we've got the coaching search, Tepper's wife pulling the strings. Will Harbaugh be interviewed? I have no idea. He should be. And a lot other things to talk about, whether it become who these candidates are. We've got it all for you tonight. And I'm going to do it my wheelman, my dude, my brother, Cody Lashley. The 10th season has been great rocking with you. It really has.
Yes, sir.
And I can't wait to rock you tonight. I'm going to fight you.
Oh, dude.
Bust you up. I love you, brother. No, I don't know if I should be celebrating this or whatever. But a new coach, something to talk about.
Oh, dude, listen, there's always something to talk about. Like my man Kevin Gates says, we don't get tired. The Panther season is over, but the C3 season is never over, baby. We're always here doing this shit. We never go away. You're going to have to pay us just to get us to shut up. And even then, we're probably not going to do it, dude. Look, we have so much to talk about. Literally every candidate that we have ever mentioned as a possibility for the next head coach of the Panthers is either going to be interviewed or has been interviewed.
Or will be named.
Yeah,
or will be named into that tomorrow.
We have Scott Fitterer clips. We have some predictions for the playoffs that we're going to be getting into. We have theoretical trades. We're going to have a segment called QB or not QB. And that ought to be a fun discussion. And Tony Dunn, you already know that we're going to do this with the best damn Panther fans in all of YouTube. You already know them and love them. It's 910 Panther fan, Joe the Blind Panther Esquivel, D's Ill Skills, G Baby in the house, Jarrell Strickland, Jerome Shit Talking Pruitt, Ken Folk NC, Levi Warren, Lynn Leonhardt. What's up, Lynn? Matt Knows Nothing, New Daddy-O, Skunkgate Mysteries, and Underground West with yours truly, Panther Pickle. Tony Dunn, ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll. Are you muted? If you're talking, you're muted.
You're right. Oh, man, I had to roll. I was sitting here going like this. I came in there, and of course, I pulled a Greg. The number is 252-228-5098. That's 252-228-5098. You can call into the show, leave a message, and we'll get you up here. We want to know what you want to talk about. Who do you want to be the head coach of the Carolina Panthers? Has Steve Wilkes done enough to get the job? Are there candidates that we need to be interviewing that we have not heard about yet, which I believe tinfoil hat, man. Where is this Harbaugh at? How is there no Harbaugh interview? I don't know. There's so much to be invested about. And man, good Lord, we haven't even started thinking about where we are at the draft. This is gonna be a fun couple of weeks. This is actually a cool year for the show because we don't have to just go straight into the draft. Now we can put Matt Fool in the rear view, and we can start talking about a new regime, maybe something we truly believe in, and perhaps. I don't even know if I believe in any of these guys yet. I don't know if I'm wowed by the name. CK in the house, the man with the golden pipes, the C3 Panthers podcast. How long have you been on it now?
It was not too. Cody hadn't been on a year when I had started, so right around that
2018.
I know I've been in the house. It was before we moved into this house.
It was before COVID.
2019. Yeah, so 2019.
Wow. We're getting old. Older.
I know,
I'm
dude,
the old
been
hat
together,
here.
you know?
We've been doing this shit, boys. We out here.
Man, so but there is a lot of fun to have and talk about this. And Greg, he's unmuted. He's ready to rock and roll. Welcome back.
What's up, man? Yeah, I let you take that one this time. When I saw you do it, I was like, okay, just keep my
you were just like
this
this. You were like, I know that. I seen a mug do that shit before.
Before long, we'll start calling it pulling the Tony. Just letting you know we're keeping score.
Wow.
So, man, it's good to be here, man. I really don't know what to think about this coaching stuff. I want to hear what fans have to say, and what the C3 fans have to say, because they're usually pretty vocal about these things.
No, the names zero. I mean, I know they want to. You guys are not you guys. We've heard David Tepper talk about wanting experience, and then we hear all of these guys who have no experience. No offense, I mean they have been in the NFL, but Ken Dorsey to Ben Johnson to Kafka to
all have something in common, don't they?
I know.
Yep, they
They're
do.
white.
We're well. It also says that we are going to be moving into the age of an offensive Panthers football team, and that's a new thing for us. You know, we've always been a defensively led football team, and it's going to be very interesting. You know, Tony. But before the show, I was telling Greg and okay, normally, you know, things start to fall off. You know, from the podcast perspective after the season, but there's so much going on with coaches, with you know, potential trade options for the Carolina Panthers, this whole quarterback situation. There's going to be so much to talk about for the Carolina Panthers in the coming weeks. Oh, dude, you better be liked and subscribed to the C3 Panthers podcast, because we're going to be helping you navigate through all of it, baby. Every single one. And get in your cat calls now at 252-228-5098. We're going to be playing your calls a little bit later in today's show. Gentlemen, what do you say we jump into it? You want to go ahead and start this puppy up?
Let's do it.
Let's rock.
Let's go.
Right, baby. Right. How are there only 59 people watching right now? I thought you said everybody's going to be interested in this shit.
Dude, hey, the loyals come first. And then all the stragglers that come in,
y'all share it
soon. Yeah, man. But look, without further ado, let's just jump into this coaching talk. And boy, like I said at the jump, pretty much every name of every coach that we've even considered is either going to be interviewed by the Carolina Panthers, or did I just fucking okay?
I did it.
Okay.
Sexfinder.xyz. Why don't you subscribe and tell your sister to subscribe and get the fuck out of the chat?
Straight up. So these are the people that we have either interviewed or going to interview. Jim Caldwell they concluded his interview on Monday, and permission has been requested for Ken Dorsey, the Bills offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, the Lions offensive coordinator, Mike Kafka, the Giants offensive coordinator, and Shane Steichen, the Eagles offensive coordinator.
Do you know none of these guys can be interviewed until after the wild card week? Like until after next week is against the rule, right? If they're in the playoffs, which all of these guys are, Dorsey, Johnson, Kafka, Steichen. So these are the names that we're going to interview in a week, 10 days, 14 days. And right now, Steve Wilkes walked in there. Jim Caldwell walked in there. Where the hell is Jim Harbaugh?
I kind of don't think that we're going to be. I don't think that we're going to be talking to Jim Harbaugh. You know, I know you.
Why? 2 hours with Denver today?
I mean, you got to think about he called us, and then this didn't happen. So I'm guessing whatever conversation that David Tepper had with their representatives wasn't to the liking of either party, one or the other potentially.
But you can't really get into any specifics. That's against the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, that's literally
why would that be against the rules?
About like you can't go in. Oh, here. I think Federer actually talked about it here.
What do you mean? What do you mean getting into any specifics?
About what would it qualify for you to be interested in the job? What you would need? You know what I'm saying? Like any of the details other than just saying, "Hey, I'm David Tepper." You can't talk about any of the specifics before the season's over. That's against the rules.
Yeah, but you know what always happens.
Right. But we're hearing these, like, is Harbaugh using those calls to get leverage to get another position? You know what I'm saying? Like, is there something funny about that? The call business before you can be interviewed is almost like tampering. You don't think so?
I mean, I could understand if it was on another team already, right? But like if there's an express, what I imagine happened with that phone call, if I'm guessing from my perspective, is Jim Harbaugh had asked what he was looking for in a coach, and or had expressed his interest in doing that, but he wanted to have either a contract like Matt Rule or to have the role of general manager as well. Which makes this a less appealing location for him. So that could be the what had happened. And maybe it just wasn't a fit. I could also see David Tepper and Jim Harbaugh butting heads.
I mean, I agree with all of those. But I also think a lot of that is, well, first, I think that the media is probably making some of these, like, kind of building off of that narrative of like, hey, they talk to each other on the phone, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, is like it could have been anything. It could have been like good luck. It could have been like, hey, I hate Penn State. It could have been a lot of things.
Well, this was,
I just find it wild that you're gonna. I just don't think you can get into too many specifics if you're really trying to do a real legitimate search where HR, you know what I'm saying, and the NFL is going to be watching this very closely. Right. I mean, think about this. Is Steve Wilkes is involved in the lawsuit against the NFL about racial discrimination, particularly when it comes to front office stuff. You're trying, not you, but like, I mean, seriously, is like you have to just be cautious with what you say and what you do if you're David Tepper. And I would think that the Jim Harbaugh news is just going to come in 3 or 4 days.
I don't.
I think it's still there.
I don't, dude.
You don't think they're gonna? If they don't interview him, they're not doing their.
Dude, listen, it's not even about them, Tony. I'm telling you, there's some shit going on with Harbaugh, and what I mean with Harbaugh is there's details to that whole Michigan situation that I don't think we're.
Have you heard why he got in trouble?
Dude, it's not even
for buying burgers. Buying burgers.
But it's also that's what tells me that he wanted to leave last year. Because I know that he had interviewed with the Vikings, and there were a lot of rumors that the Vikings, that basically he was going to take that job. And then for whatever reason that fell through. I don't know, man. And I also, Tony, you might not want to hear it, but like I said before, there's something that all these names have in common. They are offensive guys. And I know that Harbaugh has I know the Harbaugh has
a fucking quarterback in the NFL.
I think he is looking to do something new. And the fact of the matter is all these other guys, they represent a newer, more modern philosophy when it comes to NFL offenses. And I think that that's the direction that Tepper wants to bring this team
Do you feel there's any contradiction with that? What you just said, wants to do something new, where he took a risk when it came to Matt Rule, right? And he said, I want to kind of go with someone who has experience or something. This is who on this list has experience. Actually, Frank Wright, Jim Caldwell, 67. I like Jim Caldwell a lot.
Jim Caldwell and Frank Wright. Dude, I wouldn't mind Frank Wright. And I know a lot of people freak out when they hear that name.
Now he's changed his tune. Oh, my God.
I never said I dislike Frank Wright. No, so you just be saying, Tony, you just made shit up and pretend that it happened, and it only happened in your head.
I love my thing is
this. My thing is this: Frank Reich, if he has a Super Bowl ring as the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles, and really the Indianapolis Colts for a long time tried to fix their quarterback situation, and they just never could. Even they went and got Phillip Rivers, then they went and got Carson Wentz. Then they went and got Matt Ryan. They felt like they actually had the answer to the quarterback pretty much every different year that they went into it. Also, Frank Reich lives in the Carolinas, was a once upon a time Carolina Panther player himself. You can find him in New Jersey. And
so you could with Harbaugh too, baby. But Frank Wright actually played a game, I think, for the Panthers.
But these are the people that we know are in the running. As of right now, Harbaugh is done until
Do you not think it? All right, and this is my last thing I just want to say about the Harbaugh stuff. Is it not? Would it be strange to you if we didn't kick the tires on an interview? He had a 2-hour interview with Denver today. Like, you know what I'm saying? Is that out of these names, there's 4 or 5 names you can't even interview to next week. I mean, is it not just a little bit weird that even if you don't like them, a courtesy interview for us as fans?
I mean, do you really think that if he feels like he owes us something as fans, that's going to be the point? He's going to be like, okay, this is it. Right
Tapper?
The fans want this, so I'm going to give it to him.
Oh, I mean, but like, is a courtesy? Like, how could you not give an interview to the top name? I just think that would almost be malpractice to not even say, hey, offer him an interview. If he turns it down.
Okay,
that means that Tepper doesn't want to work with him, which is what CK said earlier. Is like Harbaugh got too big of a dick for me to deal with.
Well, that mindset is kind of everybody should ask the hottest girl to prom. Like every guy should ask the hottest girl to prom.
But what if the hot girl was smart and proven too?
Okay. Let me put it.
You know what I'm saying? It's like she ain't just hot. Harbaugh is not just pretty. He's actually made A's on all the tests. He's your tutor, and he's
the
cool.
Best rounded girl, the girl that's the best. That would be the prom.
Who's better rounded on that list?
But what I'm saying is, you're like, if you're not going to sign him, then why interview? It's the same argument.
But why would you not sign him before you even talk to him?
I'll tell you, Tony. Because you're talking about wanting to go over about wanting to get the 40-year-old supermodel who has been a Victoria's Secret model since she was 20 years old.
Have you seen Elizabeth Hurley?
But that's what I'm saying. Like I've never seen Bedazzled. Shut the fuck up.
She's still the hottest girl in the room, bro.
What I will tell you, though, is that is not what David Tepper wants. He wants a young, up-and-coming starlet who just got the fake tatas, who's looking nice, who's doing all the things that girls nowadays do. To transfer
is that a mistake?
Over, no.
I feel like he's making a mistake already. He just went after Matt Rule.
Right, but that's why it's not. Because he went after the team builder kind of guy. And now, obviously, there's a difference between Harbaugh and Matt Rule. But he already did the kind of thing where, he's going to get the team builder, the motivator, the rah-rah guy.
That's not what Harbaugh is.
No, listen. He wants the X's and O's guy, the young innovator. And if you look at this list right here, that's pretty much what a lot of these names have in common. If you look at Ken Dorsey,
all offensive.
Ken Dorsey, Shane Steichen, Kafka. You're talking about teams this year who were able to put up highly potent offenses. That matters to David Tepper. Also, we're going to talk in a little bit how
David Tepper is Jerry Jones.
Fitterer mentioned during one of his press conferences that we want to get more explosive, and we're going to be going after some of the more sexier positions now that we've spent some capital on the offensive line and on defense, meaning a wide receiver, meaning a tight end, trying to do things to really open up the dynamics of the offense. That falls right in line with going to get a coach that can optimize those kinds of players. I'm telling you, man, Ken Dorsey, I would love to hear Ken Dorsey's name continue to be floated for the Panthers. I would love to bring him home. And I even think guys like Shane Steichen are probably going to be pretty high up on the on David Tepper's list of guys to want to bring to this organization. So, I know it's easier to want someone who is proven, but dude, every now and again, a coach ends up being a diamond in the rough that ends up being a coach that you can bank on a $3.
Okay, all right. I've said enough about what I think, and I'm not overly trying to. I just I'm confounded by why Harbaugh just isn't in the pool. I mean, I understand if we didn't select him, or if you just said, you just did a courtesy interview. Your point about every now and then you find a diamond in the rough, yeah, but you know how many dudes died in the Klondike trying to mine gold, right? So I mean, yes, it's like if you want to truly be the guy who strikes it rich off of the Dogecoin. So don't laugh, Greg, because you are a meme coiner guy, and Greg's gonna buy us all island one day. But that's like the best. That's like an overly good scenario. And I'm gonna leave this, and we're gonna go to Wilkes next, because we need to talk about Wilkes because he was the first interview. He's done an incredible job. Joe Person wants him as the head coach. And he put that out, or thinks he has already deserved it. I'm just saying this is all the signals that came from Tepper were about making the mistake of being the flash hire, the guy with the upside, right? And the unknown. And then now you're going to give me a list of head coaches who are just offensive coordinators, and by the way, brand new ones, right? So it's not like Ken Dorsey has been successful, and I don't want to bring up why is Bieniemy's name not out there. I'll tell you why Bieniemy's name's not out there, because Andy Reid's the fucking genius. I've been telling you guys this the whole time, but the point is like these guys, Ken Dorsey, short resume. The other guy, Kafka, short resume. Are you really trying to tell me that David Tepper again is being wooed by the fake Tatas, like you said? And so let's talk about the guy who has had proven experience, the guy who actually did something incredible, and that's Steve Wilkes. Mm-hmm. Steve Wilkes was he got a interview today. And my bastard son, and I almost hate calling him that now because Kevin and we would rock we may be brothers actually, but he said this, and I thought this was a great point, is having the first interview almost me, and he didn't go, but I was reading what he was saying. He's like, having the last interview is you have the advantage. Right. Having the first interview is the worst interview to have. And even if they're not going to interview a lot of candidates, and I sent you a clip, if you could pull this up, because right before we talk about Steve Wilkes, his Fitterer was asked about how many candidates they were actually going to interview. And I was reading something to the effect of when they were hiring a GM, they interviewed 15 candidates, but when they hired Matt Rule, they only interviewed 4. And Fitterer was talking about how many candidates they were actually going to interview. And so if you think about this, you got Wilkes, you got one more Rooney Rule person, and then all of these little baby boys. Do you got that clip, or did I say it?
Gotcha, dog.
Thank you.
You know, it's not going to be a large group, you know, but we're not going to get too far into that again, but it's not going to be large.
It's not going to be a large group. That's all he said, right? So he's automatically, and Wilkes got the first job. Did Wilkes do the incredible? He's the only defensive name, Cody. Is Wilkes really already out on day one? It feels like it.
No. I almost feel like his hand is being forced because between the players, the former players, the fans, there's just too much momentum going in Wilkes' favor. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but I'll tell you the one thing that causes me concern with regard to Wilkes, and it's not Wilkes as a whole. It's one of our biggest problems has been offense, right? Our offense, you know, for even even while under Cam, it was very, with Cam on the roster, was very unpredictable and very 1 month to the, or one year to the next, just completely different. And a lot of that has to do with, we had different, coordinators and all that stuff. But here's the issue I have with hiring another defensive guy as a head coach, is that means that we're going to have to hire an offensive coordinator, right? Well, an offensive coordinator after one good year is going to get poached for a head coaching job in today's NFL.
Like Ken Dorsey, like right. Kafka, like all these, everybody we're interviewing.
Right. And so you have, my concern is less about whether Steve Wilkes is going to be able to do an effective job, and it's more about the fact that we're going to have a new offensive coordinator pretty much yearly if we can put together a decent offense. You're less likely to have that with a defensive coordinator because they're not getting poached every single season when you have a good season, right? And so my point being is, it is, and even
if they do, you have a coach who is a slightly more oriented towards the defense, who can
but that's what I'm saying.
Tutor the new guy coming in. He can't tutor a new OC. I'm with you. I'm 100 backing you on this.
Well, that, and the fact that if you had an offensive coordinator or offensive minded head coach, you're putting yourself in a better position as far as, like, if you do have your offensive coordinator poached from your organization, well, now you have an offensive minded head coach. That's going to limit that impact of something like that causing a big hole in your offense the 1 year to the next.
A bigger loss.
So I feel like if you have an offensive minded head coach, you have less of a loss when you lose an offensive coordinator, and you're less likely to lose a defensive coordinator in today's NFL. And so I just put those two and two together, and I don't know. I feel like it adds up to maybe Steve Wilkes is not the guy, especially if you're concerned about consistency in our organization moving forward.
Let me ask you this, Cody, as we looked at that list, and they all are offensive guys. And I hate to say it, but I almost feel like Wilkes is already on the outside looking in.
Well,
even despite, but how about this? Is it maybe in Wilkes' favor that there aren't any defensive guys up there? So if, like, at the end of the day, they interview the young whatever guy that they're hoping is going to be the next that you told me Joe Brady was going to be or whatever, that, you know what, they just say this is like, we're either going to go this other route or we're going Steve Wilkes. Maybe that's us. Maybe the fact that D'Amico Ryans isn't up there is sort of a nod to what they think about.
Well, listen,
if we're going defense, we're going you type.
Right. Thing. Right. That's what I'm kind of
but
feeling.
Also there's one very important that we're not mentioning in relation to the Steve Wilkes. And that is the players are unanimously behind this man.
It's incredible.
And that is something that we need to talk about. And by the way, so we're going to play a video from Brian Burns and Shaq Thompson talking about it. But this is what Thomas Davis put on his Instagram page from TD58. He says, man, if we don't hire Coach Wilkes, it's going to be another setback for us. No one is better suited for this job. The way these players rallied around him and the staff knows he has that it factor. And we just saw the Raiders made the same mistake last year, thinking the grass was greener than what they had, and look where they are. Why go get someone that doesn't have any skin in the game? The man is from Charlotte, and he loves this team and his community. He's the leader of men. His words resonate with everyone that's listening, and the guys love playing for him. We all saw the shift in the way these guys played when he took over. Wilkes absolutely got the max out of this roster. If it wasn't for D-Jack and Horn getting injured, we would have easily finished stronger and won the division. I
You
want
should
to
have
see what
just
this
stopped
team
there.
looks like when we get to bring in his own players and his own staff. Hashtag Wilkes for the win. Hashtag
like it.
believe. Hashtag keep
I like it.
pounding. And Tony, what he did right there was perfectly encapsulized the argument that all the Steve Wilkes defenders have. Is that look, the fact that this team even competed this year is nothing short of its own miniature miracle. And you have to be able to attribute that resurgence to Steve Wilkes. More importantly, and then we're gonna get everybody's opinion on this. Let's listen to Shaq Thompson and Brian Bruce talking about this and what they said when they were asked.
I mean, he's a great owner. You know what I mean? I'm not going to take nothing away from Coach David Tepper, not Coach, but our owner David Tepper. Right? He's a great owner. So I feel him on that. Just you guys keep asking the question. You guys know we want Wilkes, right? And we're going to keep fighting for him. But as an owner, I definitely understand. As employees, just come talk to me, right? If I have a business and people keep complaining, I'd rather you come to me directly and let's solve it and give a handle.
So and we've known Thompson has been one of the more vocal members of this team in relation to things like this.
I
But you
feel
even
bad
had
for
Brian,
Shaq Thompson now.
you even had Brian Burns speaking up on the
I don't really
matter.
want to put race into this or nothing like that. I think he deserves an opportunity because he's proven what he can do and how the players fight for him. But the whole race about the whole black head coach is what's understood doesn't need to be explained. So, yeah, I think he's qualified, and I think he's proven that in many ways. So I wish the best for Wilkes and us along the way. So.
Sound endorsement from the Carolinas, past, present. I think
Man, that was
speaks
a
lot
very
to his character.
political endorsement for Burns right there. I
Yeah,
almost
but we
feel
know that they do
God,
that.
that
Said he
must-
just said he didn't want to
must-
get into it.
not political. I meant diplomatic. That was a very diplomatic. It was like, you know what? And these same people said nice things about Rule, by the way. Shaq Thompson used to say that, and I feel bad for Shaq. I feel like Shaq is just a spokesperson. Like he's just like, all right, I gotta.
He's the guy that who speaks for the entire locker room.
Yeah, for the
yeah.
almost for the entire Carolina Panthers. Like he's moved, as we've switched for coaches and this and that. Shaq Thompson's been around longer than anybody. I mean, other than a couple of people.
Yep. He also, by the way,
I
for
would just
Jeremy
wanted to say
Fowler-
about the. No, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. I was just gonna say that with Steve Wilkes has a strong plan for his offensive staff that he can sell to owner David Tepper. So
I hope it's Frank Reich.
Well, I mean, that's something to
As
think
the OC.
too. I'm sure that throughout the course of the season, Steve Wilkes was taking note about some of the changes and some of the things that he would want to do as
I
the
know
head
what it was,
coach,
too.
given an off season and given the opportunity to bring in his own coaching staff. And listen, I've said it before, man. If we hired Steve Wilkes, I'm happy. I'm happy for
Sure,
him.
sure.
I'm happy
Hell
for
yeah.
us. Dude,
Hell yeah.
I would be just as confident going into next
Pull the
season
list
with
back up.
Steve Wilkes
Pull the list back up.
as our head coach as any of these other guys, you know.
Because what I wanted to really do was be Thomas Davis's press editor, and I would have cut his statement off anytime. Actually, can you switch real quick over the Thomas Davis one? And that is this. I love what I agree with Thomas Davis entirely, but you know where I would have stopped this statement at? I would have ended it at, we all saw the shift that he took that the come here. Leave this Dante Jackson shit out. I would delete. Actually, the last sentence I would have on this is Wilkes absolutely got the max out of the roster! Exclamation part. I would delete the rest of this fucking statement here. I am so over this narrative that missing Dante Jackson like really set this team back. Right? Is that as like I can no, but I mean, Dante Jackson's been injured for like 6 weeks, 7 weeks. It's not like it not just happened. The Horn thing makes sense, right? Is like if we had JC Horn, Mike Evans wouldn't have torched us as much. He may have had 2 touchdowns for all I know, but he wouldn't have had a bazillion. No. Like, I mean, like think about the best. He just wouldn't have. He would have had less. I mean, I would bet every dollar I have that he would have had less yards and less touchdowns than he did in that game, right? If we had JC Horn, I don't care. We're not going to quibble about what that impact would have been, but I am over this. Why are people talking about Dante Jackson at this point? And not that, like, of course, like, I mean, he is a player on the team, but imagine if you would have said this is if our starting quarterback got hurt in week 1. And then you were like, oh, well, if we just had JC Horn and Cam Newton, like, of course, it would have maybe been better. But I don't understand why you're acting like Dante Jackson being missing is a handcuff when it was already that handcuff for the last 6 weeks. So I believe that Wilkes has earned the job on the entire statement before that. Like, I almost feel like when you bring up Dante Jackson's name, it's an excuse building. Like, I would rather talk about what Wilkes actually did to earn the job. And I think that he did way more. I think that talking about, oh, we didn't have Dante Jackson actually is sleight of hand from what he really did. So I would delete those lines if I was and look, first, TD was just making a great statement. Now, can we flip over to the list of those people? And I want to the candidates that they're interviewing. Let's just do this real quick. Wilkes or Ben Johnson?
Wilkes.
I'm answering Wilkes on all these. Just, I mean,
CK?
Ben, yeah, I'm going to go Wilkes.
Wilkes or Wilkes? Wilkes. Yeah, clearly. Steichen or Steve Wilkes?
Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, I mean, probably Steve Wilkes. Yeah. There's 2 names.
I don't think. Yes, Wilkes is one of them. So who's the other one? No, I'm just joking.
No. So I'll go Wilkes over Steichen. I'll go Wilkes over Caldwell. To me, like, I would much rather have Wilkes over Caldwell. I know Caldwell has the pedigree or whatever.
Well, I'm a little worried about Caldwell's age, and that is he's 67 now. So I'm going to give him a giant endorsement, but I just don't want to get Joe Biden now. I want Joe Biden 20 years ago.
Yeah, I mean,
right. I mean, like, Joe Biden was
a good young guy. That's another reason why.
I mean, what if they have success too? Like, think about that. What if he has success and then he's 74 years old and he's Joe Paterno and you can't get rid of him?
I mean, that's why
think about that is like, yeah, I mean, we can give him 3 years, but is he going to be there in? Yeah, all right, I got you.
No. Your point's proven. The age is a problem. No one's going to deny it. So we'll go down here. Frank Reich. That's where it gets tough to me.
I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be upset.
Okay.
I feel like Frank Reich might be the offensive white version of Steve Smith.
Greg, would you go Reich or would you go Wilkes?
I'm going Wilkes.
Why not? Right? Yeah. I mean,
all right, Ken Dorsey or Steve Wilkes.
I think I'm still with Wilkes.
Mm-hmm. Dorsey's the only one. He's the next one for me of all these that I consider would be Dorsey. But beyond that, it's Wilkes over everybody.
And by the way, like, I also don't want to gloss over this tweet itself. According to betonline.ag, these are the odds for who has the best chance to become the next Panthers head coach. They have Ben Johnson at 5-1, Steve Wilkes at 21-4. Shane
So
Steichen
who has
11
the best odds? It's Ben Johnson. They're
No, I
putting the
think
best
Steve
odds.
Wilkes.
and like where
What
did
is one?
where'd Lynn go? So
Oh
it was rumored that Ben Johnson was the guy that
no,
so
Steve Wilkes has the worst odds, right?
yeah, but Ben Johnson, the person that was on David Tepper's lips at apparently one of these games, someone had asked him, what like what kind of coach is he looking for, and he said back to the guy, "What do you think about Ben Johnson?" or something to that nature. So I think Ben Johnson is going to be a hot commodity going forward in all these coaching hires. I mean, he has a pedigree, and look what he was able to do with that
Why?
Detroit
What has he
Lions
done? What is
offense
his
this year.
pedigree? What is his pedigree? Teach me a little bit about why. And anybody can teach me about this, but
I mean that outside of the defensive,
they were
defensive
terrible
alliance,
on
they were
defense
horrendous.
today. They
Look
were
at
awful.
what Jared Goff has been able to do this year.
Right.
His numbers are worthy of comeback player of the end of the year, to be quite honest.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. I mean, he was in. You almost are starting to put the Lions in the category of winning the trade, kind of like
Right.
people are talking about Seattle in a sense, you know,
Yeah.
like winning with Russell. Goff has been arguably more productive than Stafford.
not arguably, he's been more productive than Stafford this year specifically.
All right, but how long has this guy really done this though?
So he's been a tight end coach before. He's been an assistant quarterback coach. He's been a wide receivers coach. So he's done all the offensive stuff before. I'm just reading off a list.
I mean, I'm gonna look up Wikipedia.
He's had 3 years experience as a tight end coach. The only thing is this is his first year as an offensive coordinator. But
another question mark, man.
Yeah,
but that's a prime example of what I mean when you're talking about defensive minded head coach and all that stuff. Because when you look at that situation right now, you have Dan Campbell, who is a defensive minded coach, who's about to lose his offensive coordinator, and the best part of his entire team has been his offense. The weakest part has been his defense. Right. So they're going to be reeling from that potentially if they can't find a replacement to do that. So that's why I think the idea of that's where I think the downside to Steve Wilkes is going to be there.
Totally. But these guys, the problem though is that while they are offensive minded, which we need that, but you also have to be the captain of a ship. Is like not only do you have to be, we need an offensive minded leader. And while we continue, is ultimately Andy Reid's the archetype,
right?
For like what you really need. Think about this: who's cooler than Sean McVay? Andy Reid. We could eat cheeseburgers with him. We can go to Hooters. We're gonna have a great time, and he's better than Sean McVay. Right. You don't need just young. You also need someone who can, yes. But someone who can actually be organizationally a manager too. Right. And maybe Andy Reid actually is not a good example since his son and he's got his kids have been problematic for him. Maybe he sacrificed his family life. My point then is you have to be offensive minded, but you also have to be managerial. So we can't just bring in someone who plays Madden real well. We also need someone who can recruit coaches, who can manage personalities, who can do all that, and then break down the game. And I don't know if just being 1 year of a competent offensive coordinator, not only do you know how much they have to learn overnight? They have to go from being a first year on the job, the up and coming coordinator, but now they also have to manage the team.
The only person that I accept as taking this job and I will be happy about is, other than Steve Wilkes, is going to be Jim Harbaugh.
I'm kind of with you on that. I'm okay with Frank Reich and Caldwell.
I'm not.
They're all the same people. I feel like they're all just lateral moves. I agree with you. So I just go
He's
with
won a
Wilkes.
Super Bowl as an offensive coordinator.
Who?
Frank Reich.
Did they
Oh
ever
well,
go
actually,
to the
he
playoffs
led
with the
no,
Colts?
yeah, they did with
Yeah.
With
Luck
Phil Rivers, and they were one and done in the playoffs.
They've been good.
Wasn't
They've been
Frank
good.
Reich
No,
on
they
the
haven't.
Philadelphia
They've been-
team that won the Super Bowl? Wasn't he part of that
No,
coaching
actually,
staff?
So remember
Caldwell,
when they had
Caldwell
Carson-
went to a Super Bowl with the Colts.
But look, remember when they had Carson Wentz, the year before.
Oh, that's where he won the Super Bowl.
They
with
narrowly
Eagles, right?
made it into the playoffs, but the Jacksonville Jaguars beat them in the last game of the season. That's when
I
Jonathan
think
Taylor
Frank Reich
had rushed
was.
for over 1,000 that year, and they were like, feed Jonathan Taylor, and they just narrowly missed the playoffs. And
I
then he was
think
fired
Frank
in the
Reich.
middle of the year this year.
I think Frank Reich was the offensive coordinator for the Eagles when they under Peterson,
Sure.
where they won the Super Bowl, and then he led then the Colts were ultimately playoff bound for his tenure. And you can talk about how successful were they weren't, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he's also been a head coach who had success in the league, more success than failure. And then
No, he hasn't.
no, I think his
As far as the
record
head
is
coach, I'm talking about.
positive.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I
not.
think it's positive.
I mean, he
No.
got fired mid-season this reason for a reason.
No, just this past year, but I think he's been a winning record for most of his years in Indy.
No, so
Look it up. Look up his coaching record. I promise
he's
you,
only
it's better than anything.
he's only got 3 years there, I think. His first year with Phil Rivers.
And I think he was positive all three. Look it up. I
No, he lost.
promise
They
you.
lost. They didn't go to the Super Bowl. They
Okay.
didn't even make it to
All
the
right.
playoffs last year.
All right, but here, I don't want to get over crazy with it, but what I'm saying is he's been to a Super Bowl and won a Super Bowl as a coordinator, and he's been a successful head coach. Then you look also to Caldwell. Caldwell was with the Colts when they went to a Super Bowl. He's been a successful head coach. My whole thing is both of these guys have been coordinators and found success, and they've been head coaches and found success. We're looking at 3 other people who have been coordinators who have just found success. Think about this. Kafka, right? Kind of success. What are you talking about? Who's the next guy? The Philly guy, right?
But wait a minute,
This is kind of success as a coordinator.
Are you looking at?
No, but so this is the numbers that I looked at for.
Promise you, Frank Reich was a positive head coach in Indy.
From 2018 to 2022, he already won 40 and 1.
That's
So
hilarious.
he literally had one more win than he did a loss, and then he had a tie. So he's basically been kind of 50-50, and again, didn't have the quarterback position.
And think about this. What did you say his record was this year? So you could already say this year kind of skewed it to the negative, right? So, I mean, if you subtracted this year, that would be a little more than 500 is what I'm talking about. And second,
he got that tie this year. He got that tie this year. Game 1.
Well, because this year, if you look at what the Colts did, it was, to me, Frank Reich had just worn his time out there, and now Irsay went on a bender, eating Oxycontin, and was like, man, I can't handle this no more. Anyway, I think there's some things with that GM too. I wouldn't only put it on Frank Reich. I do think his time had been worn out there and maybe wasn't the best fit. And I almost find him to be a little bit too boring to be the head coach. I think it would be an incredible OC under, guess who? Steve Wilkes. And I almost feel like that should be the plan that Steve Wilkes presented. My point being with Frank Reich is that he's had significant success in the NFL. Caldwell has had significant success in the NFL. They've both had more success than Steve Wilkes. But
yeah, and
I don't think that those are upgrades. I think they're close to lateral moves. And while you have a rapport with your players and Steve Wilkes, it seems not only just a safe pick, but the better pick to just stick with that. Now we go to the youngins, though, and the youngins represent, I almost think, too much risk.
So listen,
right now,
this is why no. This is why me and you are oil and water, the yin and yang, the fire and ice, Because Tony, look, I understand what you're saying, and you're not wrong. It is the safer pick. But damn it, just because it's safe doesn't mean it's the right one. Like you're trying to go to proven. But you know what? Just because some of these younger guys aren't proven, it doesn't mean that they can't do the job. And we're not going to know until they get the opportunity. Now, granted, wouldn't you love to be in a position where we do have a young, bright, offensive minded head coach for the future that we knew that as a team we were going to be able to grow with in the coming decades? If you hire Dorsey, you're not, dude, you're imagining that that guy is going to be your coach for the next 20 plus years if it works out. The same with Steichen, the same with Johnson, and the same with Kafka. So, I understand that it's not safe, but dude, sometimes, you don't win big money placing safe bets. And frankly, I think that this Panthers organization has tried to go the safe route too much in regards to how they've built the team, right? And let's not draft a quarterback because it might be too much to develop them. Let's go get Teddy Bridgewater, or let's try and continue to develop Sam Darnold, hey, let's go try and get a Baker Mayfield. A lot of these moves have been safe, and I'm sorry, but safe is really not the kind of guy that David Tepper is. Go ahead, Greg. I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to ask, like, I get what you're saying with that, and I agree with you. That would be fantastic to get a guy in here that we can have for the next 20 years. For me, that's a little far out. How many teams in the NFL beyond the Steelers? So I think the Steelers only had like 4 head coaches or something like that. How many teams beyond them have coaches that have gone longer than 12 years as head coach? I just think that's like looking for that gym quarterback.
I mean, right now you could only almost say 2 in the NFL. Actually, you could probably say 3 in the NFL currently, and that's it. Like, so if we kind of extrapolated what was in the NFL now over like the last 20 seasons, look, Pete Carroll's done it. Andy Reid, and
20 years.
Like he's at 10. No, 10. I thought, man, like a decade. I thought like the most.
I mean,
I think it would be this. Like I think there's 3. I think there's only 3 in the NFL that are. Well, first of all, 20 is an insane number.
That's what I'm saying. It seems like
just say
insane.
a decade.
Yeah.
Just say 10 years.
Okay.
Right. I think there's only currently 3 NFL coaches who have been with their team for a decade.
Right.
And I think it's Pete Carroll. I think it is Bill Belichick. And the other is Andy Reid is really close. And Mike Tomlin. 4. 4. So think about that. A decade is a crazy risk. And I wanted to, and Cody, I understand oil and water. But do you know how people talk about getting a quarterback and not playing them right away?
Yeah.
Right. Is like you draft a quarterback high, but you don't just throw him in right away. Could it be possible? Are we maybe primed in a scenario where Steve Wilkes, what if Steve Wilkes, maybe Steve Wilkes isn't the right character here, say Jim Caldwell, older, right? And he said this is I'm ready to have a short stint as a head coach and get this organization together and groom one of these guys right now that you would hire to be the offensive coordinator. Imagine if we could just actually promise one of these guys that we really want to be the head coach. Say, pick your pick, Kafka, Ben Johnson, pick whoever, and say this, you will be the head coach in 3 years. But we're going to bring in this like transition phase right here where you ultimately are part of it, and we're going to get you to know everybody, do all this. I know that's not realistic. No, it's unrealistic because if it goes bad, then everybody's fired. That's the problem. That's why no one would actually do it. My point being is I understand how you want to take that gamble, Cody, but is there a difference between bringing in one of these? When you say it's a gamble, is it risky or reckless?
No, teams.
I mean, like, it's like we have such a small. I know teams have done it. I didn't ask if it's people have won the lottery. People have won the lottery. I mean, that happens. Like,
no,
I mean, it's a fact on the earth.
I disagree with you is just because everything that the Panthers do is safe. And Promise Panda.
I'm not saying being
like,
safe. Is the line between
this team has been conservative for too many years. Seifert, Fox, Rivera, and he thinks that Wilkes is just another carbon copy. I'm not even talking about Wilkes, but just sometimes you have to swing big, and sometimes that big swing that you take is the same like the most.
I thought Rule was the big swing.
That's
bro.
what I'm saying. That was the big swing.
I thought Rule was the big swing.
And then
Cody.
trading your second round pick and picking up a 5th-year option for Sam Darnold, like that's a risk. I mean, you're talking about this. That has been risk after risk, really. Like, and that's why
the college coach thing was he was a college coach and never had NFL experience.
But isn't the risk? These guys haven't had experience, bro.
They've had more NFL experience than Matt Rule.
Barely though. Barely. I mean, think about that.
The thing is like, here's the part that, for instance, the Ken Dorsey idea, right? He's had 1 year as an offensive coordinator. It's in asking him to jump right into a head coaching position. I feel like is after 1 year of coordinating an offense, and quite honestly, if you look at the offense, they haven't been as effective as they were the year before, right? With Dayball. Dayball is there, right? As the offensive coordinator.
With the Giants.
He was in the Giants now, but he was there before Ken Dorsey.
And they have Josh Allen.
And Josh Allen hasn't been the same Josh Allen either.
He was also injured a lot this year too.
Sure,
he had
but
that elbow injured for a little while.
I'm not looking at the Giants offense and going, I want to fucking give that person the keys to
Nobody
the car.
expected the Giants that their offense was going to be as good as it was this year.
It wasn't even great though.
You could have said the same.
It was okay.
You could have said the same thing about Brian Daboll that we're saying about Ken Dorsey now. That he didn't have. Dorsey didn't have a bunch of and Ken Dorsey fans are happy with their coach.
Ken Dorsey is Budweiser and Joe Brady is Bud Light.
Maybe we should hire Joe Brady as our offensive coordinator.
I mean, we might as well just hire Joe Brady as our coach. Why aren't we just interviewing him, Cody? I mean, you got to swing big.
Well, he was.
You got to swing big. He was the next. He was the next young genius.
He was a scapegoat for Matt Rule's incompetence, and I fucking stand.
Fine, but then let's hire him as a head coach. You were ready then. 2 years. Do you remember?
But now you're making your dumbass scapegoat arguments, dude.
No. I'm just saying. You're not listening.
The guy from and Ken Dorsey are going to be, whether you like it or not, the two hottest names amongst all NFL teams this year that are looking for a head coach. So, is it going to be a risk? It definitely is. Are they proven? No, they're definitely not. But there is a reason why these guys are being sought after. And another thing that you have to remember is that he has been in Carolina for a long time. So in some ways, Ken Dorsey.
Oh,
Ken Dorsey. And a lot of the reason why you would want Steve Wilkes to be here, I get that they're different people. But if you want someone that has been a part of the keep pounding culture and mentality, then Ken Dorsey would be absolutely at the top of that list. So, hey.
All right, how about this? I'll give you this. I will give you this. You know what? I think you could make a compelling argument that Ken Dorsey should be at the top of this list. I would say this. If I was going to rank the people, is that first you've kind of made some connections for me as a fan to the Panthers past that help Ken Dorsey's argument, right? I think Ben Johnson probably has the best resume of success out of this group. And then I would think the guy from Philly I would just say they have a really good team, and I'm not ready. So I don't know enough about these candidates, but I would say Ben Johnson, out of these three names, Ben Johnson is probably the best with the resume. Ken Dorsey pulls the heartstrings. And the Philly guy,
the heartstrings more.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. No, I know. Yeah, I'm saying
Dorsey
out of those three unproven people, they're unproven.
All the world, right? But
I don't think Ken Dorsey's is very, very good. Wow. I don't think he's bad either. I think
I
he's mad,
disagree with you.
bro. But
I
you
think
guys
you could've
didn't
said the
see
same
his
thing about
years
Brian
as a
Daboll
quarterback
last year.
coach.
Yeah, but start somewhere. And my thing is this,
Okay.
to me, it's one of those things where he has a little bit of all the traits that you want. He is young, he's offensive minded, and he has been a part of this keep pounding culture that has made it to the playoffs before. So I do think that is a little bit of the
Okay. I
best
mean,
of all
that's like,
worlds.
okay, maybe he rode the coattails of 2015. All right, fine. But does he have a big chuba? Is a big question as we talk about, hey, who is on this hiring committee? Who
Oh,
cares about us?
You mean the lovely Miss Tepper? Is
You
that who you're
guys,
talking
is
about?
that a
We know
story
at
or
least
not a
one person
story?
on that committee.
Is it a story or not a story?
I'm hoping it's a joke.
It's not a joke. No, I mean, look,
I don't know
they
what would
all
be.
give each
I
other
know.
salaries. They do all this to
Well,
whatever. There's some sort of tax reason she is the COO of
and don't get me
Brass
wrong,
Ball
I don't know anything
Affairs.
about her. I don't want to say she doesn't know anything
Yeah,
about this.
yeah.
Actually, now that I think about it, she may be a guru for all I know.
Of what?
So it just
Coaches? Come on. Oh,
I don't know.
maybe. She
I
got.
really
She
don't.
can't be worse than Tepper.
Maybe she told him not to get Tepper. I don't know. Maybe that's why he's like, I'm going
She
with you,
married
whatever you say.
Tepper. Now we can't
Or not
trust
Tepper. I'm
no,
sorry.
Actually,
Rules,
she's
what
the
I'm gonna say.
smartest one.
Maybe she told
She's
him
the
to get
smartest
Rules.
one. She married a 16 billionaire. Is this a story? CK, is it a story that
No, I
the
think-
bazillionaire's wife is part of the committee while the very own GM barely admits being part of the committee?
No, so it's not a story because when I was at the actual game, she was much more around the team, talking to the media. Like she was more present in the stadium with regard to the public eye than David Tepper was. I didn't see David Tepper once, and then Nicole was walking around that entire time and talking it up. I was over there with Catman Jr. and she walked up and him and Catman and Nicole were talking, and she just is a lot more of a people person from what I had seen. So I think 100% that she has a right to be involved in this process, and honestly it might be a good thing for us.
Can I tell you what I make of this? And I told you this before the show, and Tony was already trying to poo-poo my opinion. But I have the read of this dude. He needs that woman's touch in this organization by selling this to all these coaches that this is a family atmosphere, that you want your family to be here in Charlotte and to be around this Panthers organization. David Tepper, yeah, sure, he might be a cold ass billionaire, but you also have the warmth of the wife, the missus, and everybody knows that the woman is the woman. If the man is the head,
Okay.
the woman is the neck. She's the one that gives the support. And something that we're also going to realize too is that I think Panthers are actually a destination amongst coaches. That all these coaches that we're talking about, they're looking at the Carolinas as a favorable team to be able to come around and be a very short, a quick turnaround to contend for the NFC South. And I think that when you're talking about hiring and bringing coaches in, you're not only into, sell the football organization, but all the other ways that these coaches are going to be involved with the Carolina Panthers. I don't think that David Tepper has very good people skills. So I think that
Was he on the spectrum?
Maybe a lot of billionaires are. A lot of billionaires are.
No,
Elon Musk.
no, like I mean, and when I say I wasn't trying to be mocking, you know what I'm saying? I bring up is her name Nicole?
Yeah,
Tepper?
Nicole.
Yes.
I bring her name up for one single reason. I'm not even trying to mock that the fact a billionaire woman is part of the search committee. That's not what I'm trying to mock. What brings us up to this is you said she brings a woman's touch.
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about this is she brings something additional to this hiring process that is stabilizing. And I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
No, I agree with this. Like, I mean, I probably think she's an addition, like you said, helping David Tepper to make better decisions. Here's my issue with it is that if we need her to help him make better decisions, that means he wasn't making good decisions and he's been meddling. I think he may be Jerry Jones.
And I told you that.
You're really saying this is like the best, but the best part about her, not the best part. I'm not trying to diminish her. Like, I'm not trying to say like her being on this makes this worse. I'm actually saying if we celebrate this as making this search committee better, that really means that David Tepper is the issue with the search committee.
No, maybe David Tepper minus his wife. I mean, I'm a better person with my wife. I make better decisions whenever I include her in things. So, I mean,
I feel like this. If we're adding her to make this better, you know what the better thing to do would be is subtract David Tepper and just let Scott Fitterer pick the damn coach. You know what I'm saying? It's like, why, if we could just ultimately, she is there to make sure that the billionaire doesn't say anything wrong.
You know what would be funny? You know what would be funny if before he hired Matt Rule, maybe the wife went up to him and was like, I don't know. I don't have a great feeling about this guy. But he was like, oh, honey, he'll be all right.
Yeah,
He's got he has a 7-year plan. You know what I'm saying? And this, all right. Now, after he had to fire Rule, she was walking around the house being like, told you so, Mr. Rich Guy. Like, hey, maybe you should have listened to me way back when. Maybe that's making him reconsider now.
David Tepper went from one consultant eating meatballs to the other consultant eating meatballs. Oh, let's go.
Hey, your mom's in the chat. Cool it, okay?
Oh, please say that's not true.
Let me see here.
I hope not. All right. Maybe she didn't catch that one. I hope she didn't catch that one. Anyway,
meatballs, man.
Right, and we're Italian. No, the point being is this.
Oh, you mean that right there? You mean that right there? You mean Joanne Dunn? Yeah, she's in the chat, dude.
Sorry, Mom.
Clean up your act, Tony Dunn. Look, right there. Look, she said yes. She's the last one in there. Tony, you might need.
What's next? To get your mouth washed. What is Fitterer's role in this? I guess is probably. That's what I was really trying to say here. Is think about what does that mean Fitterer's role is in this process? He was asked about it, Cody. I thought we had a clip is how many no, it was all right. No, okay. But he said he wasn't going to talk about his job. Right. It was like they asked him about Nicole's role, Miss Tepper. I should say Miss Tepper just to be respectful in case she wants to ultimately buy the show, please. Come on for it. But my point being what's
their asking price here?
Right. Is what is Scott Fitterer's role in this? Is really kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Do you have a specific clip for this? Because
I have more of a question. Here. I'm just asking you guys. Yeah.
I don't know, and that's been one of the biggest questions surrounding the organization for the past year. We heard all the rumors that Matt Rule had final say so on all roster decisions. So then that makes you go, well, okay, what role did Scott Fitterer actually make in the decision-making process? And this has been something of a mystery to all of us this entire time. So it's to say what his role is going to be going forward. We don't know if Nicole Tepper is going to be a louder voice in the coaching search than that of Scott Fitterer. We just don't know. I know that during his press conference, he did say some things that kind of got our attention, on a few different issues. I want to play some of these clips, Tony, that you had sent. I believe this is the one about This is the one about Steve Wilkes. What case
Oh, this one
Steve
is
Wilkes has
this is
made.
tough.
Let's listen to this one.
The head job. He's done a nice job. You know, out of respect to the process, again, I just don't want to get too far into it. But you know, a team that was 1-4 and where we finished, and you know, the guys kept fighting. A lot of credit to Steve. A lot of credit to the team for that.
What do you like about your quarterback situation going forward? You know, Sam Darnold's a free agent, and you have Matt Corral, who's battling injury. What do you see there?
Sure, it's unfortunate about Matt, you know, because we wanted to see him this year. Had a good talk with Sam Darnold this morning. You know, as far as the future of that room, we have to decide who the head coach is first. You know, and that'll play a lot into
Let's
that.
cut that there. He said this. He said Wilkes did a nice job.
Well, but hold on. I wanted
It
to
was
hear.
very diplomat.
I wanted to hear the last bit of this little quarterback.
There's some talent there. And
Okay.
We're always looking to get better. But a
'Cause
lot of
that's
that's gonna be
important.
driven by the head coach.
Very,
How about
very
guy who is
important.
hurt like Matt Corral? How do you weigh that when you're making, and understanding that you have to have a head coach first, but when
Yeah.
you're making draft decisions for the future?
Well, we took him for a reason. We took him because we liked him, and he worked all year.
And it cuts off right there. But hey, dude, I like that. Giving boy Matt Corral a little bit of an endorsement. Take that, G baby. It's Pee Wee season. Damn it, let's
I
go.
mean, I wouldn't really call that an
Well,
endorsement.
look, we can't listen to G Baby say
I'm
Pee Wee.
just-
Pee Wee
I'm just
doesn't
saying,
work.
I'm pumped.
Pee Wee,
Look,
we have
this
to correct G Baby on one thing. He has to change the nickname for Corral as long as he is an endorser of the dude from Alabama.
He's not,
The
it
guy
doesn't
from
matter. Once
Alabama
G
is
Baby puts the
literally
name on him,
smaller
it's done.
than Matt
I
Corral.
know.
You can't call the guy you're being critical of Pee Wee and then get a Pee Weeer.
True.
Yeah.
This is
So
true.
Yeah, no, dude,
Kim,
no doubt.
That's all I gotta say.
No,
I
no
do want to
doubt.
say
man.
one thing I liked about that interview right there. One thing he said is, I do like the idea of we need to get a coach first before we worry about who our quarterback's going to be.
Right.
Meaning, whoever the coach is coming in is going to have control of this quarterback room, or at least the direction we go, which is the way it needs to be. It's very off-putting to have a coach come in and say, "You're stuck with this." You know, we have an opportunity to change it. So I liked hearing that.
What's next from him?
Did you send the one about the sexy pics? I don't know.
Oh,
which one
this
it
was
is.
he
They
was
both, like,
there was
weird.
all right. So I sent one about the salary cap. We've already done fit on the head coach. What makes it what makes this attractive? I've got that's what it said. Take some shots. Is this a sexy draft? I'll send you a clip right now. I'll just play
Yeah,
it.
send me. Yeah, do that, and put it on full
My
screen.
stuff. Hold on. Let's see if this works. I'm not as good at it as you.
No, do
are.
invite and then do the Chrome tab, or and then share the Chrome tab.
Let's see. Boop. Let's see. Can you
Full
hear this?
screen.
I think we're in a
Yep.
situation with the team where getting the offensive line settled. You know, we feel like we have some running backs. We have DJ Parrots is coming on. You know, we need to make a couple tweaks on defense. But we have one of the best young corners in the league. Dante Jackson will be back.
I hate
This is
this.
a year that we kind of focused on building the basics. Last 2 years, defense and offensive line. This is the year that we can go out and take some shots on more explosive type athletes and players. You know, it might be a little bit more of a sexy draft than just a nuts and bolts type draft. So
Ooh.
we'll see how it goes. You never know what it's going to look like. There's a lot of work to do in the.
The one thing I hate about this clip is like I like that sexy draft nugget at the end is cool.
Yeah.
But he also said we have a ton of holes on this team. The first 40 seconds of that clip were, oh, we got some big issues on defense. I might not have a job. Maybe this is a sexy.
Him addressing his job was an interesting moment as well.
Man.
Like
And,
he at the
go
very
ahead,
beginning of that. I was just gonna say at the very beginning of that interview, somebody asked him about, have you had a conversation about or something about are you gonna be involved in the coaching the coaching hiring process? And he's like, first, I'm not gonna be discussing my job status here.
Ask Nicole.
Yeah, right. And then he was like, but I will be a part of it. Like, and I'm just like, that was such a weird thing for him to just throw in there because the questions were going to come, and I understand that he knows those questions are about to come. But that was just very abrupt and like almost Nobody was asking him about his coaching status. Or his job status. They just asked him if he's going to be involved in the coaching hiring process, and the answer was a yes. So I didn't really understand.
Are you
the
there,
need for him to
Butler?
go that
Still?
route.
Are you still there, Butler? But
Right.
Cody, sexy draft. Think about that. Talk about that. Is like, what does he mean there? We have no money.
Well, okay. So actually, I want to talk about that, but I want to talk about it in conjunction with this other tweet clip that you made about the salary cap that you said.
That's one thing about the cap right now. Like, people are going to look at our cap number. What's the lower cap number? That's because we have a lot of guys under contract. Usually you're going out and you're signing guys back to your team, and that eats into your salary cap space. This year it's a little bit lower, but with more guys under contract, that's a good thing. And then the next 2 years, we have quite a bit of money next year and the year after to spend. So we're actually in pretty good shape from a cap standpoint. There's always things that we can do to create money, which we'll do, but we'll see how that goes.
You brought up Austin.
So I definitely want to talk about that and I had good nuggets.
But fuck
dude,
that. Nobody wants to talk about it.
Rare Gamer 99 with the $100 love bomb.
Wow.
Yo, Rare Gamer, we appreciate it. So happy to
Damn,
have
dude.
you on board, man. That's
10th season.
dude,
Look, think about that. That's what he said. 10th season. Think about that. 10 years.
fantastic.
Rocking
man.
on
10
this
years,
joint. Thank you
still
so
going
much.
strong.
That
And,
answer
I did-
sucked, by the way, with Fitterer.
No,
His
it didn't.
answer sucked. Dude, he
You're
said
so
this.
wrong
We're in
all
good
the
shape.
time.
No,
You're so
he said
wrong.
because we have people under contract, we're fine. Guess what?
Yeah.
The guys we have under contract that you are so happy that he built the offensive line. Austin Corbett tore his ACL. Boom.
Yeah,
Brady Christensen broke his fucking foot. Who are these guys under contract that make our team so good right now? DJ, okay,
Brian Burns.
fine. I'm not like, I mean, no, well, barely.
No,
Yeah,
how
he's
did
not
you
under
say
contract,
barely?
He's barely under contract. He's saying
Yeah.
this is
Oh,
our
good.
cap money is like, while we don't have a lot, we don't have to spend as much as if we had a ton of holes to fill. Tell me how we don't have a ton of holes to fucking fill on this team. No
Tony,
offense.
this is what you're not getting, man. When you have good people in the front office, they know the voodoo.
But do
And
we
you're
have
not-
good
dude,
people in the front office?
Look, hey, y'all, we can debate that all you want. Tony seems to think I only like
I'm right.
Suleiman because he sounds like he's from North. Dude, listen, I think that these
Don't
guys
try to
know how
steal
to
my joke.
they know how to navigate the contracts in order to move money down the road. And listen, there have been teams that have proven that the salary cap is a myth for years.
When have the Panthers
now,
ever
man.
proven that?
It is a myth, but now we're going to be doing it, baby. The salary cap is a
Why?
myth. I believe Fitterer.
We got
that we're gonna
Ben
be able
Johnson
to
as our head
continue to free
coach
up-
and
we're gonna be
Suleiman
able- we're gonna
Saruman
free
as
up
our.
money. Mm-mm.
Well, you got to
Free
keep
up
in
money.
mind, Tony, all those holes you're talking about, there's a lot of them that can be filled up in the draft as well. Right. And so
Yes.
we've got that under.
Man, if we
least
get
under
3 starters
consideration.
in the draft, you are having the best draft you ever had. Think about that.
agree.
Like, if you get
Yeah.
3 starters, so you can't say a bunch of holes. I mean, think about this: is right now there's tons of problems in the secondary. There are, or maybe actually, I won't say
I wouldn't say
tons of problems,
Yeah.
but there are questions. There are questions on the defensive in the linebacker group. There are questions on the defensive line. Now we have
Sure.
injuries facing the offensive line. Think about that. We have injuries now facing the greatest strength that we have. We have running back room that is composed of Chuba Blubbered, Chuba Average, and
Hubbard.
Deontay Foreman, who you probably have to sign. Like, all of a sudden, that's free agent money. You don't even have a quarterback. Tell me a position group ultimately that is solidified on this team. And you know what? You can't even say the damn field goal kicker group is solidified. So what I'm ultimately saying is that the thing that scares me about, we have 2 kickers. One
We
is
have 2
hurt,
of
and
them
one
that
we
are
have to.
Oh, no, we only have
We-
one kicker.
Right, but no, guess what? Where's all this money? No, you're not listening to me.
We had Zane Gonzalez, and then we had Eddie Pinero, who was it.
I don't care about who they names are. I'm talking about the money. Look, here's them. But dude, CK, was that your drone?
No, it was my my vacuum cleaner.
Oh, I thought it was a drone taking off. No, you're not listening to me, Cody. I'm not talking about the people. Is guess who's not under contract next year? Eddie Pinero. So like this money you have to use, right? You have to use money. No, what I'm saying is this. He told us things are not that bad because we don't have a ton of money. Don't worry. We actually are in a better place than you guys think because we have people under contract. So we don't have as many holes to fill. Well, who was he pointing to? Austin Corbett with a torn ACL? Is that who he's pointing to? Is he pointing to Taylor Moton, who, if you guys have told me, has regressed as a player? Is he pointing to Zane Gonzalez, who hasn't played in a year? Who is he pointing to that ultimately we have? And what I am telling you is that this is the voodoo you talk about. Guess where it's not at? In Carolina. We never have no fucking money. Yeah. We have no money.
Have the opportunity,
and we have no draft. So
the point, look, people are talking about the Saints, and they're the biggest example. People want to say, "Oh, look at where the Saints are right now. They're in salary cap hell." They're always in salary cap hell. That's what you're not understanding. There are ways, and I'm not telling you
we're in purgatory. We're not in hell. I'm not telling you that I know. Let me finish. If I knew all of the tips and tricks to get past all of our salary cap woes, I'd be working in the front. I don't. But I believe Scott Fitterer. I don't believe that he's giving us a line of bullshit when he says that him and Suleiman have ideas and have methodologies to how to get under the cap. I believe them because I have seen other teams do it before. Like you're forgetting his first statement. His first statement was he didn't say that. We can always free up
but if
money.
We free up,
you can cut. Look, that number will fluctuate. I have seen the Carolina Panthers number just 2 years ago go from 13 to 30 when they make the cuts. So that number can double. It can triple. That's not what I'm concerned about. I understand you can restructure, you can navigate. But his first instinct was to tell you it's not about navigating and restructuring. He said this, the good news is we have a lot of solid things to build off of. We have guys under contract. And guess who that is? That's Dante Jackson. That's who he's talking about. He's talking about guys.
He's talking about.
I know, but
not just
think about the guys. Who is he talking about?
He's talking about
the anchors of the team. The anchors of the team are barely under contract.
The beautiful thing about our circumstances is that we do have a lot of money over.
He's a wet noodle
outside of these next couple of years. Right, we're going to be having an increase of salary cap over the next few years. So I think that's going to be helpful for us to do the things that we're hoping that they're able to do. The part of it that I think that is lost in the mud is like just because we don't have a tremendous amount of salary cap this year doesn't mean that we can't make some moves and make enough this year to be able to get at least some free agents in and whatnot.
Right.
I don't think we're going to be good next year.
Why wouldn't we be able to? We have so much salary cap next year or the year after.
Those are all future arguments. And guess who's not going to be able to spend it? Scott Fitterer.
No, I think he'll be fine this year. He's going to be
making.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You are.
Can I ask you
you're being an old curmudgeon, like you always are.
Let me ask you 2 trivia questions real quick.
Let's do it.
Okay. One is this: again, somebody donated 100. Can we pull that up again?
Of course we can.
100. Man, that's incredible. Like I said, we're in our 10th season. And thank you guys for supporting the podcast. All you got to do is this to support the podcast. You smash the thumbs up button. You call in at 252-228-5098. We're about to get in these calls in just a second. And thank you for people who are as generous and just wonderful as Rare Gamer 99, $100, and congrats on the 10th season. Today's date, I got this calendar for Christmas. So let's see what is today? Tuesday the 10th.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll read this fact and then I'm going to ask you guys. Actually, I'll ask you this and think about it first. When I started this podcast 10 years ago, actually started as a website, carolinacatchronicles.com, which I still continue to not maintain. That would not be the right word. It exists still because I can't shut it down. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just going to pay the domain, I guess, for the rest of my life and pay for us to continue to use it. You said, CK, that the salary cap always keeps expanding, right?
Keeps expanding for a couple of reasons, but yes,
TV deals are huge with it. Like every time they renegotiate. What do you think? I'm gonna ask the chat, and don't Google it, folks. If you Google it, you're cheating. Like, let's just guess. Maybe we should give away something. I might give away something that somebody gets this close. And so you guys got to help me keep up with it. What do you think the salary cap was? If you guys Google it, I don't want to send you nothing. And I probably won't send it to you because I always forget to. So I still owe like 3 prizes to like 4 people. I just said I owed 3 prizes to 4 people. You know what? I owe 7 prizes to 4 people. What do you think the salary cap was when I started this podcast in 2013?
Oh gosh.
What is it now?
I'm pretty
74?
sure I remember.
Give me a ballpark where it's at now, so I can do some.
You don't get to Google it, folks.
No, I'm not trying to
research.
Tell me
he
where
said
it's
try
at
to
now.
get me a ball. No, I ain't giving y'all nothing, folks.
Okay.
Think about this in the chat room. Don't answer it right now. Here, the chat. You guys, somebody keep up with it. And I'll tell you, I think I remember what it was. If you guys can beat me, if you're closer to me, then I'll give you guys something. And the chat.
So are you asking us or the chat?
Everybody. Let's go on to the next topic.
Okay.
So we're gonna answer this later.
Yeah. No, I mean, like in 10 years, and don't Google it, folks. If you Google, you're cheating. Right? I mean, like anybody can.
How are you going to be able to prove if somebody Googled it or not?
No, we'll check it later.
You're not going to know.
Well, I think I trust
if they're
y'all.
too close, if they hit the number on the head, then we know that they're bullshitting.
Nah, I mean, people haven't gotten it yet.
Okay.
All right. I mean, you know what? I'll give away something to you too.
Look,
I owe you something. Anyway, let's go to the next topic.
No. Why don't we just do it now so that we have everybody's guesses in the chat.
All right.
So we got 230. We got 125. For Matt Knows Nothing. Tim Estes says 140. B Hunter says 180. Lawrence Trevette 45 millions. Yonel says 150 milli. 97.
What do you think it was, Cody? 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
I think it's 195 right now, by the way, or something like that. I mean, it's like
how many years ago are you asking?
10.
You said
10. Mike Davis is close. He's not the closest though.
I think I'm going to say 120 million.
I think it. All right, CK.
I don't even know what it is
10 years
now,
ago. This would have been 2013, around 2012. I think it was 2012 or 2013 is when I started the website and I started this is what we got to work with.
Is it closest without going over?
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
What Cody say? 120 million? 120 million and one.
CK?
All right. We're playing.
I'm gonna say 2013. You said,
Yeah, it was about 2012, 2013 is when I remember the number.
Dude, I don't know. I want to say 110.
You're you win. You win. You're not that. You didn't get it yet.
$1.
I'm pretty sure it was 112. $112 million was like right in that between. All right, and this is why I kind of remember it is because every year, and actually the reason I brought the question up was because Cody goes, "Oh, every year the cap goes up. Every year cap goes up." Do you know at one point the cap didn't go up as much as it does now?
Well,
right, and it went up $5 million, and people were like, "Oh, this is like the coolest thing I ever heard." It's a different world
with these streaming services now.
No, I understand that, but here's where I get upset about it: is we didn't have no fucking money then, as the Panthers to spend in free agency,
Right.
and we still don't got no fucking money. Bring up the bank is broke. Please put this up there. That's all I'm saying is you can tell me about how your guy from the Lord of the Rings is about to is to fix all these numbers and do all this shit. But why do the Panthers never have any money? We never have back-to-back winning seasons. Never have any sexy. Have we gone and paid $1 bazillion? Anybody? Tell me. Christian McCaffrey is the last person we paid somebody that was worth even talking about. I don't remember paying anybody any money. How do we not ever sign free agents, never pay anybody any money, and now we ain't still got no fucking money?
Hey, Pickle makes a
I
point.
hope my mom has gone to bed.
The rookie salary cap started in 2012, and that helped a lot too, because you're not having to pay these rookies coming out.
Right. Well, guess what? We still don't have no money.
Well, I mean, look, I think for a long time,
how do we have no money? Think about this.
To pay players that weren't necessarily at the top of their class, but were good players.
Tell me
who
it
a lot
is.
Of dead money? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I guess
who are these people? Who are these people that you're talking about?
You're talking about?
You mean recent? I mean, are you talking about historical?
Yeah, I mean, like 5. No, just 5. Give me the list since you've been on the podcast. It's Christian McCaffrey and Shaq Thompson. That's
Thompson.
It. Who else?
So we paid Shaq Thompson. We paid DJ Moore. We paid Taylor Moton. I mean, we
like most of those people
on this team. I mean, yeah, we like most,
but we're not dealing with their contracts are not problematic. Who are these giant fucking contracts?
The biggest
DJ's contract probably is barely even top 10 when it comes to wide receivers.
Well, didn't it get to a point where we were paying Cam Newton, Teddy Bridgewater, Sam Darnold?
No, we weren't paying Cam.
Time?
Cam wasn't. Yeah, Cam was a straight
free.
Release.
He always works for free.
But we were paying Sam Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater there
at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who were? I mean, I understand what you're saying. We can find in peace why the actual money is problematic, but we never sign free agents. We don't have anybody on this team right now who is good and is overpaid. You're talking about this. Is DJ? I bet DJ Moore is the highest paid player on this team right now. And if it's not, it's probably Shaq.
Oh, yeah.
And no wonder you know what? Do you think they just finally told? Do you think they told Shaq Thompson they were like this, bro? Is you've been pretty good. You've been whelming as a linebacker. So you know what? Since we paid you a bunch of money, you're gonna have to answer all these questions. Anytime the media comes over, new part of your contract.
It looks like DJ Moore makes $19.5 as a base salary. Shaq Thompson's $12.3. Brian Burns is $16. Part of
Christian McCaffrey too.
Yeah, but beyond that, there's nobody else even above 7. Let's see. Austin Corbett's 7.8. Taylor Moton's 11.
How much dead cap do we have?
35. Let's see if I can see that.
Go to overthecap.com is the one to look at. Here, let's go to the next.
Dead cap, we're looking at 35 million in dead cap. Wow. Yeah,
and that's
and who is got to be Christian. Yeah, it's Christian McCaffrey.
No, that's DJ Moore. I guess we cut DJ Moore. Christian McCaffrey's not on this list. Sorry.
No. Here, hold on. It's not dead cap. That's
no.
It's something else. It's a dead cap is when you cut them. Actually, no, he's right.
CMC hits the cap at 18 million, 3.5, 2023 dead cap. So CMC's 18 on the cap. Robbie Anderson's 9.7, and that's it on the for dead cap space. Nobody else is even above 200,000.
I guess. Look, I don't want to we're gonna argue about this forever, or not argue, but like talk about what we can do in free agency and how we can free up money, how we can do all of this stuff. I'm not trying. What I'm just saying is you can't tell me that Suleiman from Lord of the Panthers, aka Lord of the Rings Saruman, is a fucking genius when we have no money right now. Like we have, and it's not like he just started with the organization. And you know what? And you know what? I'm not trying to tell you that he's bad at his job, but here was the question that CK was asking. Currently, we have $28.6 million. That's dead cap. 18.3 goes to McCaffrey. 9.7 goes to Robbie. Matt Rowland, Robbie. And we actually don't have a lot of dead money. When that comes off,
it's 12.6% of our cap space.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't even have a bunch of shit going out there. Why do we not have more money? Why do the Carolina Panthers have zero?
Tony, have this conversation with me in 2 months and see if you're feeling the same way. Because that's my
bet you it won't jump up.
No.
Here, look at the list.
You want an answer right now, and you're not going to get it. What I'm telling you is that Fitterer is not lying. That
what do you think the most we could?
They have a lot of money tied up right now, but give it a few months and let's see what we do to get more contract dollars and what kind of free agency we're going to have. If we do have a better than expected free agency, how about this? You owe Mr. Suleiman and Mr. Fitterer an apology.
Yeah, don't owe them shit. Listen to this. Listen to these numbers. Listen to these numbers. The Bears currently are number 1.
Oh God.
Here look at the top 5. I don't actually know. Look, the Panthers. Here, actually, let me just show it to you.
Yeah, I couldn't fit the whole thing.
I mean, I wish I could just I wanted to explain it to you, but look at this. I don't care what Suleiman does. The Panthers are going to move from the bottom. Look at this. They're the last team in positive numbers on the salary cap.
Barely.
Right? Like, so even if he is the biggest whatever genie you've ever met, what are they going to get to hear? Here, look, the Bears don't have to do anything. They can go take a nap. And they have 118 million. Look, the Falcons, 75 million. The Giants, 58 million. Patriots, 54. Look, it goes all the way this. We're talking the drop-off doesn't even come to the Commanders. They have 7. They're already 16 million ahead of us, bro. So I understand. Look, maybe Suleiman is from the Lord of the Rings. Maybe he truly is Saruman. But even if he does, we're going to move from here to what are we going to have? 30 million?
Those teams also never go out and do anything in free agency.
Who?
The Bears didn't do shit. The Falcons didn't do shit.
Oh my god!
So it's like they're not going. Of course,
what are we doing?
They have a bunch
they're
of
going
money
into the
spend.
Casino. They're going into
they have
the
money to spend. Of
what are we
course,
doing
they
in
have
free
money
agency?
to spend.
Dude,
It's a
y'all
myth.
are wrong. You're wrong on this.
You're right.
No,
You're
look,
wrong
he could be a genius, but guess what? All right, how about this? And put $5 on it with me that you'll never pay me. Because you owe me like $45 on these bets.
I don't owe you
How about this?
shit. And if I did, I would have paid you.
Will the Panthers have more cap money by February when free agency starts? Right? I think it's February 22nd or something. Usually it's right in February. Will the Panthers have more cap money than the Jets? Pick a team. Pick a team at below the Lions. I'm going to give you a 16 million head start. Who would you pick, Greg? Because he's muted. Like, think about this. Is like, all right, who would you pick?
We're probably going to be in Cowboys range. We're going to be in between Cowboys and Broncos range, to be honest with you. It would be best case scenario if they move stuff around. I just don't see how it happens.
Pick a team above the Colts, Cody, that Saruman can get us ahead of. And cap space.
The Colts. Where is the Colts?
The Jets. I'll even give you the Jets. They have that's a 14 million head start.
All right, how about this? I think we can get above the Cardinals.
Done. $5. All right, y'all,
Yeah,
write it down, Greg.
The Cardinals. So
But wait a minute, but you also need to write down. Hold on.
When they finish, we have more cap money than them.
Are you where
Well,
they
do you
are
need more cap
now?
money than them, like in February, or more cap money than they're showing right now?
Oh, what do you think? I should make the bet.
Well, you can't do what they're going to show in February because they're about to get rid of that contract that DeAndre.
I know
Hopkins
they're going to
has.
go up even more.
And we don't know what it's going to be either. Like, I would say, based it off these numbers right now, do you think Carolina can get to one of these numbers? You know.
So
all right,
hey,
I'll take the Cardinals. I'll take the Cardinals for $5 million right now.
You'll take the Cardinals.
$5 for $5, not $5 million. I'll take the bet for $5. I can bet. I don't think I don't think the Panthers will have more than 34. Give me $34 million.
Going to be anywhere close to that, man. Where do you
I don't think they're going to get it. I don't think they can make it.
All right, we'll see.
We'll see. No.
Well, hold on. Let me read some of these super chats, man. You're gonna be wrong in due time, no matter how bad you want to be right now. You old curmudgeon. So give it time. We're believing in Suleiman, and you can still be a curmudgeon down. First up, and by the way, if ever I read all super chats. I save them. So even if we don't get to them directly, we're always going to read every super chat that we get. David Screws says, how about picking up that quarterback from Georgia? Stetson Bennett, baby. Quarterback 1. Dude, look, I know he's not going to be a highly drafted guy, but I like that dude. You know, how can you not like Stetson Bennett at this point in time? The dude's a baller. The dude's a beast. He just won his second national championship. He reminds me a little bit of like Brock Purdy in that I could easily see him going to some loaded team in the 6th or 7th round and then just getting a shot and balling the fuck out, dude. I think he's a baller.
He's very small.
So what? Yeah,
he's fast as fuck,
he's
fast.
He'll have a career. He's gonna have a career. How about that? And we do.
He did already. He arguably is the greatest college football player of all time, in a way. And I know you could argue a lot of different caveats, but look, back-to-back champ, walk on. Like, I mean, the story, he's got an argument for being in the top 8, 10 ever.
CK, Tony's bastard son is trying so hard to get me to say F my own college team. And so much so that he's even like, oh, if I donate, then I'll get Cody to say it. I'm not going to do it, dude. I'm making CK read it. CK, read this love bomb from White Chocolate Espresso.
White Chocolate Espresso donated $4.99. He said, Rattler coming back, Wells coming back. The basketball team beat Kentucky tonight. Spurs up, fuck Clemson, and then emoji.
Yeah. All right then. Well, thanks for that.
That was a F year. You know what?
Yeah, he's a dirty hater. I don't do it. I'm in control. I run this shit, bro. I ain't ever gonna say fuck my own squad. What you mean, old dirty ass South Carolina? Hey, go to clothes, cause you know that shirt still stinks, and he knows what I'm talking about. So look, man, I wanted to kind of pinpoint on something that Federer said, and I want to kind of put that, the conversation kind of flows naturally to this next part. He talked about wanting to make some sexier picks, about being more athletic, being more explosive, and a person that I wanted to mention is none other Hopkins, baby. Clemson alumni. That's right, damn it. So we've been a lot of news now that Black Monday has come and gone. But sources are saying that the Arizona Cardinals plan to try and trade all-pro wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins this offseason. D-Hop has 2 years and $34.36 million left on his contract, and he is likely to seek a new deal. Owner Bidwell plans to express this to GM candidates. DeAndre Hopkins secured a no-trade clause in his last extension and would have to approve a final destination if it gets done. Expect Newt to be one of the most sought-after players off season. Boys, how do we feel about a receiving core consisting of DeAndre Hopkins, DJ Moore, and Terrace Marshall Jr.?
I mean, you can leave Terrence Marshall Jr. kind of out of that conversation. I'm just excited about the other two. I mean, TMJ is not even anywhere close to those two guys' level now. Not saying he can't get there, but those two alone excite me. I would love that.
Yes, definitely. Tony, did you remember before I was even on the show full time when I was still calling into the cat calls? I wanted Sammy Watkins to be on the Panthers so fucking bad, dude. I've wanted him to be Cam's number one wide receiver. I've always wanted to have a Clemson number one wide receiver because I'm biased, man. But, dude, DeAndre Hopkins, imagine the options that the Panthers would have available to us with DeAndre Hopkins on the field. Dude, that would be incredible, man. I know it's expensive. And it even goes against my own philosophy a little bit of paying a lot of money for, more than one wide receiver. But man, dude, as someone who really thinks that Matt Corral could be a good quarterback in the future, having two elite options downfield, no matter who the quarterback is, one, if you bring one in, if you go with Corral, whatever, man, having two dynamic receiving threats, I think would be incredible. And I think that Fitterer kind of hinted at that when he talked about wanting to get fast and explosive and kind of upgrade the sexier positions on the football. If Suleiman and Fitterer are for some reason able to continue to, free up some dollars for us,
a bazillion.
Absolutely love this,
bro. They have
$1
million. Number one, you had it like this. Maybe not only is all right. CK, go. Please bring reason to this before I go. My head explodes.
I just can't. Number one, we're already talking about the cap, and I just don't know that a splashy choice in a guy like DeAndre Hopkins makes us a better team right now. You know what I mean?
Splashy only because he went to Clemson for Cody. That's the only reason. Right. Look, is
DeAndre
Hopkins?
He's not one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Good.
He's
good.
Yeah.
No, he's very, very good. He is among the top, but also got popped for PEDs, missed 6 games. But I don't know the circumstances. So you could do it. Could be anything. You could have taken an aspirin for all I know.
How old
Here's
is
the thing: 30-something years old, no quarterback. Right? I understand. This is DeAndre Hopkins needs to go to a team that is ready for a player that can contribute,
right,
and make a difference. Dude, no. And here, who cares about his fucking age? Who cares about the money? Now you have to trade for him too.
Yeah,
and we haven't got a quarterback. Sorry.
Let me
stop going about this. Stick to your roots, Cody.
I don't think it could happen.
Cody, stick to your roots. You are going now. You went from a person that didn't want to ever allocate any money for a running back to now trying to pay Deontay Foreman and Mary Chuba Hubbard.
No, I don't want to pay. Dude,
and then now you want to trade for DeAndre Hopkins when we have no quarterback?
Yeah, we give
him a new contract?
We do have a quarterback. His name is Matt Corral. Don't be disrespectful. Oh, by the way, Matt Corral got the screws out of his foot, baby. Let's go. My boy's healing up. But, dude, look.
Super Bowl bound, bro.
I'm just saying, dude, okay, we was talking about the start of this year with DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. Like, that was a hell of a 1-2 punch.
This is Madden talk, though, bro.
It's just not.
This is Madden talk. Yeah,
DeAndre Hopkins.
This is Madden talk.
Absolutely one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. And you cannot tell me that we wouldn't have a much better offense with that guy on the other side of DJ Moore.
Not what I said at all.
Who are you care what you said. I'm telling you that this is one of the most potent offenses in the NFL. If you get DeAndre Hopkins, dude, that's all we need, man.
I think
you might be a woman.
I think if you're
how about this? You're my bitch tonight. How about that? You're my woman. You're
if
my
you
woman.
think that we're going to be willing to give the capital that Arizona is going to try to get for him, I think that's going to be we're not going to be the fuck them picks type of team right now. Like we
How
don't
much
have.
do
We
you
have.
think it goes for?
I think we should trade for Robbie.
No, CK and Greg. How much do you think that he would? How much do you think reasonably they would ask for DeAndre Hopkins?
They want a first at least, I'm guessing.
Oh,
I mean, they're gonna. I don't think they're gonna. I think they could see asking for what they got, what the Raiders paid for Devontae Adams.
They ain't gonna get no first.
I don't think it's
I don't
first.
think they'll get a first.
Too
either.
old for that. They might get a
How old is
third.
Adams?
I bet
Well,
you
but
they get a third for him.
All the thing, but also another thing.
But it's the
CK,
money, and this is I don't care about any of that. You're talking
all
about
about the
giving up assets, also paying money that you don't have for some situation where
If
yes,
it's a third
on
round
paper
pick, who
you're
gives a shit?
better. The money too on top of that, and it's sunk into a player who's in the sunset of his career.
What if
We're
you
not
could give
really. I
him
mean,
where
might
you
as
got
well.
the-
You know what? Might as well trade for Brandon Cooks then.
But what if
Right?
you
It's like
traded
I
it-
don't want to trade for players who are
No,
sunsetting
that's
and
stupid.
we're
You're
not
talking
even
about
good.
talent levels that are vastly different from one another.
No.
And
Between
what
Cooks
if
and D-Hop.
Tony? What if you traded for DeAndre? Because I don't think this is realistic either. When Cody asked me, I meant more like I would love that, but I don't think it's possible. What if you traded for DeAndre, where the big issue was that Arizona covers most of his salary for his last 2 years?
I don't
Play 1 year, then negotiate.
Mhm. I don't know if it really works like that though.
But also, you're
You
probably
think they
only
would
talking
wanna
about-
do
if
that?
I'm being real,
Wouldn't they
if
rather
I'm being
trade
real,
him to someone who didn't do that?
The deal with the
Wouldn't they rather
Okay, how about
trade
this?
him to say like Dallas or trade him to somewhere that was actually close?
Well, how
Like,
about
why
this?
would you be a team where you traded DeAndre Hopkins and took the and gave the other person the better deal everywhere when someone else would actually trade more for you?
I think that you could offset the balance of it with what type of draft pick. Like we were just talking about first round. I don't think he's worth a first round either. But what if you offered a first round for taking some of that salary? Use that as leverage. You know what I mean?
But let me tell
I
you
wouldn't
why
even
don't-
give a
why-
third. I would
No,
give
but
a
listen,
third
no,
for
let me
him
tell you
and
why I
no
don't
money.
think it's going to be that much. The fact that you're going to have to pay him, meaning, hey, we're not going to come off with a big time set of draft picks that we're going to send you. Give him a third and a
And then what? You're gonna get him for 6 months? You're gonna get him for 6 months? You're not gonna pay him next year?
Well, he's under
I mean, hey,
contract for 2 years.
pay him a 2 or 3 year
Oh, silly.
contract.
You're silly.
Dude,
You've been listening. You're at
that
work.
kind of offense, you're not going to tell me that our offense doesn't become nightmare fuel, especially if we get an
Sam
offensive-minded
Darnold,
head coach.
Sam Darnold, DJ Moore, Deontay Foreman, and Terrace Marshall Jr. and DeAndre Hopkins decimating the NFL straight to the Super Bowl, right, Cody?
I just worry that you would have to
put Matt
give up
Brown.
assets, and then you're talking about having to potentially cut people, ask people to. I just don't know that type of move sets people back. Like, I mean, you think about the Adams trade to the Raiders, right? That didn't where he looked good as a Raider. That didn't move the needle for them. They weren't competitive in any capacity. And now
And
their
he's the
team is
best in the
reeling.
biz, bro. He's the best in the biz. There ain't nobody better than him.
And they have Josh Jacobs as the
He's
top
one of-
5.
Dude,
I wouldn't say they weren't competitive. They lost like 6 games by like a total of like 9 points.
Don't you?
I think you
You're
have
the
been
woman.
just
No,
like
no, you're the one acting like a woman with the underhanded remarks. Oh, he's the best receiver in the NFL.
no, Deontay.
Yeah, but look at the stats. Look at the stats. DeAndre Hopkins has been a top 5 receiver in the NFL since he stepped into the league, son.
So if we were in the backyard,
I'm taking Justin.
If we were,
I'm sorry.
Okay, great. All right. So I think that's a new argument.
That is, if you trade for DeAndre Hopkins, that's instantly one of the best receivers that the Panthers have ever had.
But if you don't have a quarterback that can throw it to him, what difference does it make?
This is a straw man. He's a straw man argument, dude. You are a man who
the numbers are on my side.
Sleight of hand. Listen to this.
Nope.
No, you just
Numbers
went from this. You continue to say, "Oh, well, we would be better if we had DeAndre Hopkins. Oh, he would be the best receiver we ever had." You just went and tried to pivot. Listen, you just tried to pivot from this. Is that he's better than Davante Adams?
Yeah, I'd take him over Davante, and they're both good.
You're stupid. If we were in the backyard,
what does Davante do that DeAndre Hopkins doesn't? Literally, what?
The only
one thing.
Player.
I would say have more yards and more touchdowns.
Straw man arguments, dude. Your arguments are
so you're saying if we were in the backyard right now and you had choose, I pick first, you pick first. There's only 2 people. You're gonna pick DeAndre Hopkins over Adams.
Fuck,
crazy.
Yes, 10 times out of 10.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard, bro.
He has one of the best catch
I might have to kick him off the podcast
NFL.
for this. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
What's better about
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
That's dumb.
What does Davante Adams do that DeAndre Hopkins doesn't do? What? You can't name one thing. What does Adams do that Hopkins doesn't or can't? Not a fucking thing, right? Yeah, I know. DeAndre Hopkins is a top 5 receiver in the NFL. I mean, come on, dude.
Let's see. Look, DeAndre Hopkins, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 seasons, 11,000 yards, 71 touchdowns. We're looking at Davante Adams, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That was Hopkins or Adams?
That was Hopkins. Adams has 9 seasons, 9,500 yards, and 87 touchdowns. So he has 2 less seasons and more touchdowns, but less passing yards, less receiving yards. He has 16 more touchdowns than DeAndre Hopkins does in 2 less seasons.
You're stupid. You know what? I've supported a lot of things.
2,000 more yards and he's played 2 more years. You know,
I have supported a lot of shit on your.
Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback, the easiest shit in the world. Come on, dude! Like that was his number one option.
DeAndre Hopkins have? Don't blow by it. Who DeAndre Hopkins have as quarterback?
Yeah.
The greatest quarterbaak in the world. The greatest quarterback in the world.
If you have a good quarterback, these types of receivers elevate that talent.
You're also just looking at them on their careers, like as a whole. I'm trying to tell you now, if we were in the backyard right now and you picked older ass DeAndre Hopkins, then you know what? Take him. Like, I mean, that's what I'm, because they might be the greatest. We're not comparing people of all time either. We're talking about trading for DeAndre Hopkins, who's in the twilight of his career. I'm not talking about. It's in the twilight of his career.
It's only a 2-year difference. They're both 6'1". They're both 250.
Yeah,
okay, but guess what? I would rather have DeAndre Hopkins 2 years ago than I would next year.
And that's the only reason I take Justin Jefferson over both of them right now is simply because of age. Simply because of age.
Yeah,
I think that those guys are Justin Jefferson level in their prime.
Can we go on to the next topic? Because remember this.
Because you're tired of getting your ass whooped. I know. Don't I know it? You're tired of me smacking you around.
Nah.
Dude, and by the way, let the record.
You're
the record show.
Ridiculous.
Tony Dunn failed to name one thing that Davante Adams is better at than
right now.
DeAndre Hopkins.
Being younger.
One thing.
Not one thing is being younger.
Well, 2 years younger. Okay.
Playing a whole season. How about that? That's one other one.
In 2 more years playing.
Oh Lord.
He has 16.
All right, let's move on.
I fucking man. Why we don't want to? We might as well just go get T.O. Let's go get Terrell Owens.
He wants somebody to sign him.
All right, we're moving on.
I'd rather have Cover me for a half second, please, because I hate you so much.
Because I beat your ass in fucking debates all the time, dude. It's all right. I know you're upset. So of course Tony goes away at one of the funner conversations we're gonna have. That's fine, dude. We don't even need them. I want to ask, because I know people are gonna feel a lot like this. If we're talking quarterbacks for next season, and I'll start with CK and Greg, and I want the chat room's input too. Would you rather have Sam Darnold next year on a cheap contract that's affordable and can be stomached by the Carolina Panthers, or would you rather give up a number of first-round picks, probably 3 of them, and sign one of the richest contracts in the NFL to go and trade for Lamar Jackson? Boys, what would you rather do? And chat, let me hear it. Come on.
Go ahead, CK. You can have this one start off.
I don't want to sign a guy because you'd have to trade. Not only just sign him, you'd have to trade because they will franchise tag him, meaning Lamar Jackson. And so we're going to have to trade for that if we're going to end up getting that. And then we're going to have to pay him on top of that. So we're going to have to give away assets and get Lamar. And now my issue that I'm running into is my mind is like I'm starting to become concerned when it comes to the mobile quarterback and the athletic guy who's going to be running half of the the amount of snaps that they drop back. And the only reason I say that is, what did Lamar Jackson, when he came into the league, everybody was like, oh, you're going to have injuries. And he's like, Lamar did some things that I felt like was almost disrespectful to guys like Cam and guys like Mike Vick and, RG3. He's like, I know how to play football. I'm not going to get hurt. Right. Like, I know how not to take a hit. I'm like, you don't think every other person in the NFL has ever thought that as well? And now he's hurt and he's potentially not going to be there for one of the biggest games of his team's season. And so I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about the pain. So I don't think I'd go the route of Lamar, to be honest with you.
I'm actually going to back you up on this one, CK. I'm right there with you. It's not that I don't like Lamar and I'd love to have him for the talent, but you are going to have to sign him to be the highest paid NFL quarterback of all time if you want him. And I believe that if you're going to sign a guy like that, it needs to be a guy that you've drafted and brought up into that situation. He needs to earn that in the franchise before you pay him. Not saying Lamar hasn't earned that. He hasn't earned Carolina giving him that. Like, I need a guy to be drafted or come in and do some stuff for me before I'm willing to make him the highest paid player in the history of the NFL. So,
one of the reasons why I'm bringing this up is because today it was reported, big news, that the Ravens agreed in principle with Roquan Smith to be the highest paid linebacker at his position in the NFL with a 5-year, $100 deal, $45 million fully guaranteed, and $60 million in total guarantees. Huge. The first off the ball linebacker to get $20 million per year. Roquan represented himself. Shout out to Roquan. What this in itself got people speculating. Much for a linebacker. Do they have Lamar in their future plans? And by the way, you see the Panther Photoshop up there. People are already talking about go get Lamar, trade the farm for him. But a lot of people feel a lot of trepidation about Lamar. Like what CK just said, he's missed the past few weeks. They thought that he wasn't going to be hurt for as long as he has been. Dude, he missed the final stretch, and they were a bad team without Lamar. But there's always been this that if you give Lamar Jackson a lot of talented weapons at the receiver position and just give him a better offense, that Lamar Jackson would be that kind of person. So if I'm being real, and I know people are going to think this is blasphemous, but just because of the differences in the contracts and what you're going to pay them and how much and for how long and the number of first-round draft picks you're going to give up, yeah, weirdly enough, I'd say I'd prefer Sam to be back another year than to trade every asset that we've ever owned for Lamar Jackson.
Do you trade for him though? Honestly, I mean, is it why? Because they're gonna franchise him.
They're gonna franchise tag him, and you missed it. They just paid Roquan Smith. It kind of feels like they might not even.
That was only $45 million guaranteed. Think about that. 5 year, 5 years, 45 though. Million. That's less than 10 a year guaranteed.
I mean, still,
incredible
man,
money. You're talking about Lamar's going to get 45 that first year. He's going to get 45 every year. Think about what Russell's getting. I would say this is like I would pay Lamar whatever he wants right now if he can come here.
But no, hold on. Okay. How do we do that though? You were just talking about us being in salary cap hell. If you paid Lamar $300 million, dude, then you're in salary cap hell for the next.
No, other than I wouldn't. I mean, like you. I don't think you're. I'm just arguably saying this is like that's what he. Like I think he would be worth every dollar.
Yeah, he's definitely worth it. But
how about this? Is I would rather have. Think about what Cody was ready to give up for Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
18 months ago. How about this? Is I think Lamar better than Deshaun Watson. A, B, no baggage. 3, I would pay him whatever he wants. It's the money that's not the problem. I'm not trying to trade the future away for, you know what I'm saying? Like look what happened to Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson. I'm not right. It's like that's the problem. The money is not the problem. I would say that like if he was on our team right now, I would say pay him whatever. I don't think Baltimore should let him walk.
They won't.
No, I agree. I
don't think they should. That's all I'm saying.
If you're the Ravens though, and you've a franchise tag on him, you know that you're in line to not only not pay Lamar that money, but you're gonna get 3 first-round picks in return.
No, if you franchise tag him, here's what you're gonna do: is number one, you're never gonna extend him.
So
you won't extend
walk then after.
No, like once you franchise tag him here, I think that's Baltimore. And if I was Lamar, I would say this is all right. You tag me. This is the last year I'm ever a Raven.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Like yes, right. That's what I'm saying. Is that if the Ravens tag him, it's not like they're gonna. Next year, we're going to get one more year out of him. They better give him the deal before the ink is dry.
Yeah, I agree.
And at the same time, I don't know if other teams, I think if they do that, I think they're going to back themselves into it because they're not going to get as much. Think about that. Wouldn't you just say this is, why would you give the farm?
What if Chicago
to the Ravens? You almost should say this is sit out, Mo. Sit out, bro. Sit out, bro. We got you.
What if Chicago traded the number 1 pick to Baltimore for Lamar Jackson? Or Chicago to Lamar Jackson? You know
they have so much money. I would do that. If I was them, I would do that.
Take Lamar Jackson with trade all that money.
Justin Fields.
Yeah, or do
hold on. Wait. Let's not get too far ahead because that actually is what we have next on the docket.
Oh, my bad.
But,
that was brilliant, Greg.
It's a different kind of trade. So real quick, let me get every guy on the panel real quick. CK, a short contract with Sam or
you cut out.
Or what? You cut out. What'd you say? Short contract with Sam or
a short contract for Sam Darnold or giving up everything for Lamar Jackson?
Short contract with Sam.
We also have to get your mic fixed, bro.
Can it be no contract with Sam and don't take Lamar Jackson? Or does it have to be one of the
Say no, it's one or the other.
CK, did you just say that with a straight face?
What, the Sam? Yes.
Yeah.
You're not just talking about getting you're not talking about just getting Sam Darnold or getting Lamar Jackson on a guaranteed contract. you're talking about giving away picks for him as well. If you're
How
thinking
about this? What if you gave away less picks than the Browns did?
You wouldn't be able to.
No, think about it. But say you. Oh, so you think it's going to be the minimum?
No,
you think that's the asking price?
That's when you look at what Russell Wilson got, their team was worse. What the Browns got, their teams was worse. And I think everybody can agree.
But you don't think that makes some buyers kind of remorse?
No, it makes them realize that Lamar Jackson is worth those guys, if not more.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, it don't matter what the buyer wants; it's the seller who sets the price.
Okay.
You know,
he's not wrong. I
agree. I understand what you're saying.
I'm on that side. And Greg, did you say Sam or Lamar?
I said Sam too, for almost the same reasons that CK is. I just can't. I don't, like I said, I don't think he's not worth it, or he's not a guy that's talented enough to be there. I just can't. I can't cripple the franchise.
Do
the
you
guy
feel
I paid
like
that money to needs to be a guy that we brought up?
Let me ask you a question. Do any, and I'm not saying that this is going to be the same scenario, but even if Russell Wilson had been okay, that he was far from the biggest issue on that entire squad, right? Do you feel, and same thing with the Browns, do you feel like their organizations are better or worse after what they did?
Which was the other one? It was Wilson
and the Broncos.
The Bills and the Broncos?
The Browns and the
Browns and the Broncos. No, I honestly don't. I don't think that based on what I saw, at least this year, that they're better off. That they could be in the future. But this year, no. The Browns finished about what they normally did, about 7 wins, like the last few seasons with Baker. And the Seahawks, or not Seahawks, the Broncos were kind of a joke, like they've been the last few years. No, nothing.
I don't think they're good comparisons.
I don't think.
You know why? This is why I don't think they're good comparisons. Is Russell? The question now we're having is he washed, right? Like I mean, like that's like is all of a sudden is so is like is Lamar and like is Russell Wilson 5 years ago is a different thing than now, and Lamar is 25 or something. I mean, so yeah.
Well, you're talking
the other thing is
Watson and Russell, right? That's what we're comparing, right?
No, we're talking about this. We're talking about Lamar, Watson, and Russell Wilson. So he's asking this is basically did Russell Wilson make the Broncos better or worse this year? And they had to give up 3 picks or whatever. It was a lot. Did Watson make the Browns better or worse this year? They had to give up 3 picks. Guess what? Both of those teams regressed with both of those quarterbacks, right? And arguably, is Watson was a bigger problem than anything. The Browns got worse. My point is this: is that I know what you're saying, CK, is in like the trading away, trying to get the big quarterback or something like that. But I don't know if Russell Wilson's a good comparison to Lamar because he's old. And then Deshaun, he would have been a good comparison to Lamar had he not had the fucking shroud of karma and the stain of all of that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, he's like, Lamar is the pristine, clean, young. I mean, he's 26. It's not Russell.
Can you tell me, how about this? When is the last time a star was traded for multiple first-round picks and given a great contract and their team was better in the long run?
Matthew Stafford.
In the long run. I know that got them that contract. I mean, got them that Super Bowl, but this is we are not the Rams. We aren't even close to the Rams.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't happen. Maybe it doesn't happen. I don't know. Has it ever happened?
I don't know that it has. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not prepared.
Drew Brees.
I'm not prepared to.
Oh, that's a good one, Greg.
Drew Brees.
That's a good one.
But they didn't trade.
But they didn't give him money right away. His shoulder was jacked up. They were worried about
Peyton
it.
Manning was a release. They picked him up off of as a free agent.
Really?
Tom Brady. Tom Brady
was the free agent.
Yep.
That's true. He wasn't traded. Yeah.
Oh, who is
that? You might be right, man. Now that I think about it, I can't think of a lot of trades.
There haven't been too many big-time quarterback trades because most of the time the team that drafts them is the one that pays them if they're that good.
Right.
You know, and they keep them for as long as they can. So, I mean,
clearly it's Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going Sam Darnold because I'm not giving up that many picks and paying that much.
I didn't
of a
mean Sam
contract
Darnold
for
was
Lamar
going with.
Jackson.
I was saying he was the last
He's the
trade
next
that.
big guy. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, I'm saying I under that scenario, I
All right.
would rather go with
We
Sam.
got. Can we
I'm
get
not
to these?
saying Sam is better, but I'm going with Sam under those circumstances more than I am with
Give me
Lamar.
Lamar. This is bullshit,
hold
bro.
up.
No.
What are
no.
you willing to give up for Lamar, Tony?
I got an
Screw
answer
this.
I got an
Is
answer for you.
Cody came so hard over Trevor Lawrence
no.
trading the whole draft, and he came so hard about Deshaun Watson. Do you remember how hard he came after us trading? You were harder than Deshaun Watson at a massage parlor for Deshaun Watson.
What's your point?
And now you're sitting here going, "Oh, I don't know about Lamar."
Maybe he learned his lesson.
No, but also
Wow.
you're trying to bait me into an
Wow.
argument. No, I'm
not
not
trying to
have
argue
right
about
now.
it. I'm trying
Yeah,
to point
you
out
are.
this.
Yeah, you
is-
are, because how about this? There was
Is he
a difference.
growing up?
That's
Are you
what you're
growing
trying
up?
to get me to fucking say. No, it's that I'm not.
Are you
okay,
growing
to
up?
me-
Are you becoming
me,
mature?
I just don't think Lamar Jackson has hit those kind of heights, even though he's won an MVP.
Really?
Even though he's won an MVP.
How about
he's
I
a
give you
great
Does he
one?
only come on your tummy, not in your face?
See, that's what I'm saying. That's all you want to do as a passer. And he's done this year as a passer. Historically, Deshaun Watson is better than Lamar Jackson, and it hadn't been close.
Oh
Now
my God, you're
Lamar is
so
more
dumb.
dynamic. Lamar is more dynamic as a runner, but still, it's a different conversation to be had.
Deshaun popped
I'm
his
moving
cherry.
on. Nah, shut
You
up.
know
You're
what?
not
That's
gonna
what it
fucking drag
is.
me down.
Deshaun
No,
popped
we're
his
gonna
cherry,
go.
and
Nah,
now
we're going on to the
you
next
will
one.
give him a
Nah,
that.
We're going to the next one up. The next man up. It is rumored that the Chicago, who now own the #1 overall pick, they might want to trade, or rather, they might be open to the idea of getting rid of Justin Fields in order to draft a Bryce Young or a CJ Stroud. So my question to you is this: what Ohio State quarterback would you rather trade for if you were mixed between these two options? Justin Fields, to trade from Chicago, you would have to trade something for Justin, or would you rather trade up in the draft to go and get a CJ Stroud, who's on
Whoever made this edit,
class?
whoever made this edit of CJ Stroud is really good.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at how good
they're
this pic. Like, I mean, I
I
could
know,
kind of
bro.
see. Like, if I was just like on the dating game right now, that picture is pretty good.
Yeah, they do every year. These
What did I say in
Photoshops
this
are
live
better and
in the
better.
post game show? I said let's trade for Justin Fields right now. 9 for him. We get JC Horn and Justin Fields. That's all I gotta say.
We could trade J.C. Horn for Justin Fields, make it part of that deal.
G baby, are you G baby
would
now?
not.
You're Greg baby.
No, I wouldn't want to get rid of it. It'd just be funny because that was the guy that we wanted instead of J.C. Horn, blah blah.
But if you had to pick between these two, between trading for Justin Fields, and by the way, let's differentiate them. So Justin Fields has 2 years of wear and tear after being beaten up behind a terrible Chicago Bears offensive line. However, it's only his second year in the NFL, still a very young player with a very high ceiling, who is incredibly fast as a runner, can run away from you, probably runs a low 4.4, maybe a high 4.3. He's a prospect.
Bro,
Or-
he runs and runs like the wind.
Dude,
Way faster than was one of the faster running quarterbacks.
Don't say
in
his
the
name.
NFL right
Do
Lamar.
not say his name. No, don't say the name of the person. Talking about the person who
just
was
fast.
sacred on this podcast.
now. Oh,
He would
no.
be
Well,
fast.
He probably is faster than him. Yeah, he is though.
He would be. Imagine getting a better rushing quarterback than Cam.
Dude,
Think about that. I mean, I know he's faster, but like he doesn't throw the ball.
Yeah,
He had
does have more
170.
questions
Like
with
he would
regard to
have
his
like
arm.
170
Right,
yards
but
rushing, bro.
remember-
And then it would be like 8 yards passing.
Remember that the Bears have had not only one of the most terrible offensive lines in the NFL, they have literally no receiver help.
No receivers.
They
Yeah.
have nobody. And by the way, like that's one of the things that people have been saying, that if you would continue to put receivers around Justin Fields and actually give him some talent, then he might be able to take that next step. If you look at his passing highlights, Justin Fields has the arm. And I'll even say it right now. To me, Justin Fields has far more of a higher ceiling than CJ Stroud does. I just believe that. I believe he has a better frame.
I
And
agree with that completely.
He's more mobile as a runner than CJ Stroud. So even though he's been beaten up a little bit, even though he's had some wear and tear, if I had to choose between trading for these two, I would pick Justin Fields over CJ Stroud.
Can I ask you something, Cody? You might know this. Has CJ Stroud ever been injured in college? Does he have an injury issue?
No, not that I know of. He's never missed a game as the starter for Ohio State.
Well, then based on that, I would go Stroud. Not because I don't like Justin Fields. I think Justin Fields, I agree with you. I think if you give Justin Fields wide receivers, when he had Olave and everybody, he was a much better passer. I think he has nobody in Chicago. I think if you give him wide receivers, he could be a good quarterback. But because he's already been injured in his rookie year, and that's the only thing I'm basing this on because I don't know enough about either one of these guys.
Not his rookie year, it's his second year.
Oh,
He get injured to his second year.
But he didn't really play his rookie year much, did he?
He did, but it was not.
I think he did.
He played. Yeah, he played a good bit.
Well, either way, I know one guy's injured, one guy's I haven't seen the guy get injured.
All right, so
that's the only thing I'm basing it off of right now because I think it's too close to be honest with you. I think you're looking at almost the same guy, to be honest with you.
Nah, I'm with Cody. I think that right now, I think that Fields showed just as much, if not more, in college than Stroud has. Right? Don't just suck on the tit of the last game that Stroud had, which was very, very good against the Bulldogs. Was very good. CJ Stroud did the most out of probably anybody in the college playoff to raise their stock back to where it was deserved. Because CJ Stroud was one of those names that was starting to fall behind, right? Like he was very much like Justin Fields. Think about this. Justin Fields at the beginning of his senior year was like the number 1 or number 2 prospect. And then by the end, you're talking about these other dudes ahead of them. Stroud, very similar. I think Stroud did a phenomenal job in that game against Georgia to raise his stock. But I would say this is like if we traded for Justin Fields, it would just be that 9 straight up.
You think so? You think the 9 straight up would get Justin Fields?
You know, it'd be a lot more expensive to trade up for fucking CJ Stroud at number 1.
That's true. I mean,
all I'm saying, I don't know.
Honestly, if that's what they said, if I give the 9 straight up for Justin Fields, I'd do that.
I would too.
That solves that for me. That's
we should have just straight up. And Cody, you don't have to say that in the private chat when I've been thinking it the whole time. No, we should have done that 2 years ago. Anyway, let's keep going with your who and this and that and that. Who would you take?
That's those.
Who would you
I would
take?
take Justin Fields. Fields.
Stroud's not anywhere as a dynamic. He's nowhere close to a running
but
quarterback.
he has I think the question
He does
mark
throw
is
a pretty ball.
Yeah, that's the he might have been able to run and actually be successful in that game against Georgia, which by the way is a feat in and of itself if you look at how their defense is. But he's always been the passer, right? He's been athletic, but that's not what he's been touted as being a high draft prospect because of that. So it's hard to compare these guys because they're 2 separate types of players. Justin Fields has showed what he was drafted for, which is his athletic ability, where he does have some pretty throws. I think there's far more questions about his ability to be a quarterback as opposed to just a running quarterback who's able to exercise the RPO. I don't know, man. I don't even know if I would say between those two. There's so many. Like you almost, if you wanted to be that way, you might as well go Anthony Richardson. If you're wanting to talk about Justin Fields,
yeah, you gotta pick. You gotta pick one or the other.
CJ Stroud.
Okay. Nice. All right. The number is 252-228-1598, and it is late. Don't forget, Prize Picks is the way to go. We've had a great time this year playing daily fantasy football sports with Prize Picks. It's legal in over 30 states, especially North and South Carolina. We've had a blast playing with Prize Picks. The promo code is C3. If you go to Prize Picks and download the app or go to the website and use the promo code C3, you can put up to $100 as your first time deposit, and they will match you 100% if you use that code. It's a great way to have fun. Actually, I love it. I would plug Prize Picks if they did not sponsor the podcast. I will tell you one thing. My suggestion is to not say you're on a heater.
Oh, no.
Because I went on a heater. I said, I'm on a heater, and I have been cooled. Anyway, Prize Picks, promo code C3. Use it. Don't lose it. Can we go to the cat calls, Cody? Because the Panthers aren't playing this week. We're gonna do some more Prize Picks. We're gonna look at the playoffs coming up as more comes on the Friday free for all. We're gonna double up our Prize Picks this week, but don't forget, use the promo code C3. Can we go to the cat calls? Like you said, look, you talk about me, and then you let me be this. So let's go.
Because I'm polite. No, because
you're not polite.
Instead of me being snappy instead of me telling you, hey Tony, quit arguing forever about Devontae Adams, I let you sit there and make your stupid ass points. I'm a good fucking friend. That's what I am. And you know what? We can do cat calls, baby. Let's go.
So what are your thoughts on catcalling?
Yeah, it's pretty. You shouldn't do that to somebody.
And how did that make you feel?
Very uncomfortable.
So how do you think catcalling makes the person feel?
It feels good, like.
Who's that cat sitting in the back corner with his face buried in his nose? Who's that kid that can use
one? Because you did this. You did this, bro.
Hey, Mom and Dad, will you please stop fighting?
No. We're getting divorced.
Who's Dad?
Oh,
Who's Dad?
What's up, guys? I think Wilkes did a fine job as an interim, but this franchise desperately needs to be modernized because the Wilkes / Rivera age philosophy of football only gets you so far in today's NFL. That type of football gets you to mediocrity at best. I mean, I think it goes to prove that this team desperately needs its franchise QB, and the same people that wants to keep Wilkes are the same ones that last year wanted to say, wait till 2023 to draft a quarterback. And here we are, 2023. And want to keep saying, wait, we need to build a team first. We need to build a team first. So guess what? Today's NFL, by the time you get done drafting these players and putting these players in place and get ready for your, quote, next QB, those players are ready for their break the market contract. You can't do that anymore. You either have a QB and you matter, or you don't have one and you don't matter. Keep re-signing and trading for other teams' failed.
It's Cody when he had
failures at QB and signing quarterbacks from failed football leagues. It's not cutting it.
This is Cody 3 years
C.J.
ago.
Stroud is
Welcome
by far
back,
the best
Cody.
quarterback in this upcoming draft. I think we need to package Brian Burns, since he was offered 2 first rounds for him, so he should be worth 2 first round picks plus a few other picks to move up to get C.J. Stroud. I like Bryce Young, but his size worries him. But yeah, this philosophy of if you have to run 150 yards to have a chance to win, it's time to move on, you guys. It's time to catch up with the rest of the NFL.
I'm ready to give you first response.
Look, I hear the sentiment. I understand it. You know, he wants to move up to get that quarterback. So does half of the
You
Panthers
just
fan
understand it. You have lived it this entire fucking time.
But
What
Tony,
has
you're
happened?
negating
Who
the
is body
difference.
snatched Cody
Do
last
I
name?
believe, Tony? Do I believe that any of these quarterbacks in this year's draft are anywhere close to the other quarterbacks that I've wanted on the Panthers in years
That's not.
prior? No.
You just told us not
So
get
if I
Lamar,
don't think that
not
those
do
guys
this.
are comparable, then why would I want to trade up for them? I
But
just
you
don't
said don't
think.
get Lamar, don't do this. No,
Yeah.
look, why? Look, do you see the shirt he's wearing tonight, guys? Would you go to an old man's bar tonight and you become the old man here trying to make it like play it safe?
Oh, you're
Look,
wearing
he
a
got his top
Batman
up.
shirt. Are you a nerd? Oh, but you're dude.
Yes,
How about
I'm a
I'd
kid.
stuff you
I'm
in
the
the
young
locker?
hip one. I'm the young hip one.
Oh,
But
God.
what I'm saying is this: is where did the Cody go who wanted anything for the quarterback? Where did you go?
Dude, listen. No, Tony, you're so simple-minded. You think that I'm just like any quarterback. Hey, get me any quarterback. Get me any quarterback. And no, I'm saying I'm not wanting just any old quarterback. I want my quarterback to have a lot of traits to be able to do multiple things at a high level. A lot of these quarterbacks.
You mean like
in
Trevor
this year,
Lawrence, who threw 240 yards for me in prize picks from a code C3?
and
What
the
a
best fucking
fucking
quarterback
lame
in the
ass.
past 5-6 weeks of the NFL. Yeah, that's right. Trevor fucking Lawrence, you nerd. So, dude, I'm not just going to
Trevina.
settle for any quarterback talent. I think, listen,
Okay.
if the Panthers draft a quarterback, that's fine. And I have no doubt that they probably want to. I do think that Matt Corral, whether you believe me fucking crazy or not, I would like to see him get a chance, either be a quarterback competition or what have you. I would like to see him get that chance and continue to build the roster. We all just got done talking about we need linebackers. We need linebackers. We need another defensive end. We need another tackle. So that's why I don't want to give up stuff to move up in this year's class for a quarterback that has big time traits that you want in a quarterback. That's not to say that'd be bad either. I want that high ceiling quarterback like you see in the AFC right
You
now.
mean like Lamar
Josh
Jackson?
Allen, Justin Herbert, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow. Hey, guess what? Lamar Jackson, he's not in the playoffs.
Yes, he is actually.
But not because of him. But they've been like 5 weeks without
That
him.
is a lie. That is like
they've been 5 weeks without him. Like they barely made it into the playoffs.
That's the
You're not
dumbest.
winning nothing riding the bench. He's riding the bench all this season. How about that?
What is
He's
wrong
riding the
with you?
bench. Whatever, dude. You
What
can
is
say that all you
wrong?
want. I'm the one fucking.
All right, next call, because I cannot.
Oh,
cannot.
God, dude.
Hey boys, Baby Rhino here. Haven't been calling in a little while. Let me take a step back. I want to thank you guys for keeping me through this season. I mean, it's been up and down. I think we ended on a pretty solid note as far as a foundation for our team. But I wanted to thank you guys for that. I mean, you guys do this week in, week out. And I really do appreciate that. So I'm really
Appreciate you, Ryan.
looking forward to you guys dive in on this off season. It's not going to be a boring one.
That's right.
We got a lot of exciting things that should be coming up. So, guys, keep doing what you're doing. Everybody hit that like and subscribe button for these guys. Keep them going. Season's over, but excitement in the air. Thanks, boys. Take it easy. Keep pounding.
Thank you.
Rhino, we appreciate you, brother. Hey, man, calls like that, that's why we do this. That's why I put up with Tony's ass every Tuesday night.
What do you
just
gotta
saying
say?
the dumbest shit. Just saying the dumbest shit imaginable because, fucking, I got to do it for you guys. We love you guys so much. I put up with this utter, this old curmudgeon that I have to put in the background just to get him to calm the fuck down, I do it lovingly, and I do it.
I
do
mean,
it
for
guys.
people that don't know what's happening right now, hey, I mean, you might be listening on iTunes, TuneIn, Stitcher, somewhere else. You might be watching and barely paying attention to this stupid ass. So Cody will every now and then mute me. So I pulled the mute on him. I just hit them with the mute, and you know what he did? He just removed me from the stream. You know what? I might remove you from the podcast. The number's 252-228-5098. Call in and tell Cody he's fucking ridiculous. A turncoat on his own beliefs.
Dude,
you are like one of those things at the car, whatever, the wiggly
Wacky
thing.
inflatable balloon man. Yeah,
Podcast brothers, how y'all doing? It's G Cavassier. Hey, I enjoyed you guys' last show. That was a damn good last show. Hey, man.
Appreciate you, brother.
It's the off season for us, y'all. You know what I'm saying? And I know Steve got an interview today. And I think yesterday they interviewed Jim Caldwell. Let me tell you something about Jim Caldwell. He is a good coach, a decent coach. You know what I'm saying? But let's be honest. Let's all be honest. When he won that Super Bowl, when he went to the Super Bowl with the Colts, that was Tony Dungy's team. Let's be honest. But now I'm hearing that they're trying to interview Jen Dorsey, the OC from the Eagles, the OC from the damn Giants. I don't know what the hell to believe. I still wouldn't mind Jim Harbaugh coming to damn Carolina, but at the same time, I love Steve, man. So we're going to play a little game I thought of, man. If y'all don't mind before I let y'all go. It's called What Would You Do? Okay. What would you do? The final two coaching aspects, Steve Wilkes or Jim Harbaugh. And what would you do? Question number 2 is, who would you bring in as an OC and a DC? What would you do? All right, now, y'all, keep pounding, and I'll take your questions.
Ooh, Jim Harbaugh or Steve Wilkes? Greg, how about you go first on this one? Jim Harbaugh or Steve Wilkes?
I would take Harbaugh over Wilkes only under the condition that I could have Wilkes as a defensive coordinator, but it's
Can't
just
have that. No.
Yeah, no, you
Nope.
can't. That's what I'm
Nope.
saying. So but then I'm just gonna stick with being faithful to Wilkes. Then I like what he does for the team, and I'm gonna say Steve Wilkes for me. He's my guy.
All right, Steve Wilkes.
He's my pick.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be crazy. I'm gonna be crazy.
Go ahead.
And I know I've been wild about Harbaugh. And I think that the Panthers should interview him. I'd be very happy if they got him. But you know how much? I mean, Wilkes has done so much. He'd be cheap too. Never leave. Think about that. Cheaper. Dude, you probably get Wilkes for like $4 million a year. $5 million. You have to pay Harbaugh like you said, 20. You know what I mean? Like it's like in different stratospheres. And man, I know Harbaugh. Those are the only two names I want. I'm with CK. Kind of like that is like, I want one or the other.
I'm I'll.
What about Wilkes?
That's
here's what I actually want. I want Wilkes as head coach and Wright as offensive coordinator.
I'd be fine.
And if we walked away with that, I would be like, we won this coaching staff.
I'd be okay with that. Yeah.
I don't want Reich as a head coach, but I'm all right with him being an offensive coordinator for us.
Yeah, I think I could live with that.
100, because he's kind of a lateral move of Wilkes, right? Like he's the white offensive version of Wilkes. And what I mean by that is experience, been around. You know what I'm saying? Like you're bringing him in not because he's going to be the greatest, but he's not going to be the worst. I think together they would be a good tandem. That's who. If I was Wilkes, how about this? You're not. If did Wilkes go into his interview today saying I want to bring back Ben McAdoo? If he did that, he lost the job. I mean, that's not a good offensive strategy.
We've probably seen the last.
I think Frank Reich would be a great offensive coordinator with.
Do you think that Frank Reich wants to be a second fiddle?
Yes.
To someone? You do?
It's not second fiddle. I think it's about knowing your lane and what you like. We can actually do something together.
Right,
you know
but if
I don't think it's a second fiddle. I don't think it's a dick measuring contest.
But dude, if he's getting interviews to potentially be a head coach, why would he settle to be an offensive coordinator?
Because you're not really going to be the head coach.
Who else is going to be hiring him?
Right. Exactly.
So I mean, the Cardinals fired.
But they're
short term. But it's going to be a short term. You could actually build something together. What did Steve Berline? Did you guys see? I think Panther Pickle brought this up. As former, he said if you hire Frank Reich as a coach, like I'm in as quarterback coach, I think you could have something
I might apply
there.
for it. Yeah,
right. I think you just could have. I think it would just be a good mesh. The problem with Frank Reich was not that he was not a good coach. It was in some ways is like he wasn't excitable enough for Irsay. Like it was like having boring Ron Rivera fold his arms over his chest. Is Frank Reich? Some people are just good coordinators.
Yeah, he's a proven coordinator.
Yeah.
All right.
I would love it to happen. I just don't think it will. I mean, I would love that. Steve Wilkes and Frank Reich. Yeah, that would be.
That's my ideal. That's my ideal hire right there.
I just don't think that that's going to happen. And maybe I'm wrong. I just don't think Frank Reich wants to play second fiddle. But I know nothing, dude. I don't know the man. You know
how bad this last comment makes me feel? Girl said, "Y'all still on?" And we're like, "Man, we just started the calls."
How many calls do we have? Like
more than 15? You want to have. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make you stay up till tomorrow.
I blame you. It's all your fault, like it always is.
Podcast brothers, how y'all doing? It's G Cavassier. Hey, this is my second call. Hopefully this goes through. Hey, what's this shit I'm seeing about Justin Fields going to the Panthers? Have you seen this shit? I keep seeing this shit online. I saw it on TV today. I don't see Carolina selling the farm to get Justin Fields. You know, giving up a first round this year and a first round next year. I don't know about that. That would be something if we could land him, but selling the farm, no. Give me your takes on that, y'all. Please give me your honest opinions on that.
Thanks,
and with
G.
that,
Thanks, G, man. You know, we've talked a little. We've already. Not all right. I'm not trying to shut it down, but we've talked about Fields.
Yeah.
I think the straight.
We would do it.
I think the straight up is just like if you're offering future picks, now we have some questions. And that's kind of where we're at right now is do we offer future assets to move up into one or do something else? And nobody really, and the fact that Cody is not chomping at the bit at it makes me suspicious. And I'm not trying to, again,
go get Justin Fields.
I've been arguing with you all night. I'm just trying to start another argument. What I'm saying is this is usually you're the one who says, let's go do this. And now you're the hesitant person. Now I don't know if I want to go into these troubled waters. So your trepidation is now making me feel shook is what I'm saying. And usually you're the person here that would say, yes, let's go to number one. Let's go to this. You know what? We should just trade for Zach Wilson.
Nah, shut up. It's all about the ceiling. Get the best possible talent that you can to build around. So that's why I said, if we're going to trade up
Justin Fields,
I would take Justin Fields
over Bryce
Young,
wow.
and I would take him over CJ Stroud. People forget that when him and Trevor Lawrence were coming through. Yeah, when they were coming through the process, they were both the number 1 and number 2 quarterbacks. Like they were both the guys forever. So, imagine pairing a talent like that with DJ Moore. Then you go get DeAndre Hopkins, like I said.
Oh, God.
Woo!
Next call. This is so stupid.
What it do, C3? It's Anthony from Charlotte.
Anthony, what up?
Just calling in. Not much to talk about. It's draft season. I have a couple questions because there's things going around the league right now. Well, first I want to say it's interesting that Tepper is interviewing a lot of these offensive coordinators from these teams who have proven to be able to develop and, make use of the quarterback situation. The Eagles OC, Ben Johnson from the Lions, Mike Kafka from the Giants. So I like how we're doing that, man. I think we all want an offensive mind. I know Wilkes is getting interviewed too. As I said before, I'd love him to be the head coach. I just don't know if it's the most realistic option. Yes, I know he has the locker room behind him, but that's ultimately a Tepper decision. So if we didn't go with Wilkes, one of the OCs is going to be a great hire, in my opinion. And Ken Dorsey from the Bills, who was actually our quarterback coach from like 2013 to 2017, worked with Cam a lot. And he's made Josh Allen look really good. So there's that. And the second question I want to raise is, do the Panthers make an offer for DeAndre Hopkins? Now, last time he was traded, the Texans only got a second-round pick in David Johnson. He's coming off of his more lesser seasons. Now, he was suspended 6 games for PEDs, but he played at Clemson. Shout out to Cody. He's from the South Carolina area. I'm going to make a little statement here, man. I would rather him be on this team than draft another receiver. Now, he's got 2 years, $34 million left on his contract. So he's looking for an extension. I don't know if he'd be willing to come here, but since the division looks really wide open with Dennis Allen coming back, the Falcons are still a young rebuilding team. The Bucks, I don't know what their future looks like after Brady. Would you make a move for Hopkins? And the second question I want to pose, the last one, is there's a lot of talk right now with the Bears and Ryan Poles stating if we got to do a draft analysis on these players.
All right, Anthony.
I'm with you, Anthony. Anthony,
but we've already talked. This is why we shouldn't have waited till 11:30 to start.
Hey, that's your fault. I don't give a fuck, dude. I agree
My
with
fault.
Anthony. Your fault, dude. It always is. I agree.
You're the
with
one
Anthony.
that has said the stupidest shit all night.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Get Justin Fields. Get DeAndre Hopkins. Let's fucking go, baby. I'm on Anthony's side. That's what's up. See, you can't come up vibe, Tony. No matter how much you might try. Fuck it, I'm on one.
What's up, C3? It's Raleigh Panther calling in tonight for the Tuesday show. I know you guys have probably already been talking on the coach search all night, so I'm probably not bringing anything new to the conversation, but still wanted to
hopefully
call in and just speak on it for a moment. Man, I really think Wilkes is the guy. I go back to that Rams game when Robbie Anderson was kind of blown up on the sideline and just kind of throwing a temper tantrum. And I just remember so clearly how maturely Wilkes handled it and just kind of pulled him aside and sent him to the locker room, didn't make a big fuss about it. I feel like if Rule was in that position, it would have been a bigger story because of how it played out. And
he might
I don't know, that was just the first clear sign to me that Wilkes brings a sort of stability to the team that I think we've been missing for a while. And I think fans see that sort of stability as conservative or boring. And I don't know. I just don't think that's the case. I think if you give Wilkes a year or two to establish his own staff and bring in his own guys and settle the QB position, I think he's the kind of guy that, could take us to that next level. And I know it's so easy to kind of get caught up in all these young offensive guru types who are bringing all these fresh playbooks. But, I feel like what's trending now is not going to be in a year. And I think above all, the leadership qualities that a guy like Wilkes brings, that's the kind of intangible stuff that ultimately makes a great head coach. And I don't know, man. I hope Tepper hires the right guy, and we can make some moves this offseason that put us in a better spot. But I don't know. I just wanted to get y'all's thoughts on that. I'm sure you guys have already been talking on it, but coming from a longtime Panther fan, I think Wilkes just feels right, man. Something about it. I was watching that post-game, or not post-game, I guess, kind of exit interview he had yesterday, and I just didn't want it to be the last time I saw him up on the podium, man. I just think that he speaks so clearly and straightforward, and it's just something that players feed off on, and I hope that Shaq and the rest of them go up to Tepper and really make a case for him. Anyways, hope you guys have a good rest of your night. As always, enjoy listening to the podcast, and keep on keeping on. Bye.
That's one of the best calls. That's one of the best calls in the history of the show. That's a top call. That's a top call. Think about that. Is he said, "I'm just not ready to not hear him on the podium anymore." And if you think about this, is when Steve Wilkes took over as interim coach, and they were asking about when David Tepper fired Rule and was uncomfortable, everything. Tepper had the cry. Do you remember he cried? Tepper had a Tepper tantrum and ran off in that do you remember Tepper had a meltdown with the media after firing? It was terrible.
With Fowler and everything, yeah.
Yeah. One of the things they were asked about what Wilkes could do, and he said if he does an incredible job, we're gonna have to. It was a weird statement when he said it at the time, and Wilkes literally did an incredible job. Literally, and Wilkes had a great they asked him about that, and he said, well, sometimes what I think is incredible, what I do around the house for my wife, she don't think is incredible. So Wilkes had a fantastic answer about this, because Tepper said if he does an incredible job, we're going to have to think about it. He didn't say a good job. And then Wilkes literally went out there and did an incredible job. And now he's forcing David Tepper to think about it. And the more I think about it, I don't know if any of these other people are that much or any more attractive than Steve Wilkes at this point. And I'm with the caller. I don't want it to be the last time he addressed us.
Dude, that is in a nutshell the argument for Steve Wilkes. That he's a leader, that he did this the right way, and got the team believing in the what you need a coach to do. Give him an offseason, another free agency round, another draft, a healthy roster, and the sky's potentially the limit for a guy like Steve Wilkes. I've said that I would love it. I think all of us on here, but between me, Tony, Greg, and CK, I don't think a one of us would be upset if Steve Wilkes got the job. No. We would be happy and we would be very excited going into next season and what our prospects would be. But before we go to the next call, we talk about us going so late. Dude, we have some diehard C3 fans, man. And we got to consider they're from around the world, dude. Dan Floyd says, all night, it's 4:44 here, man. All in over at C3. Dan, we appreciate you, brother. And Panther Gal, she said it's only 9 o'clock where she is, so she don't give a damn what time it is on the East Coast. We appreciate our C3 viewers. That's for damn sure. Tony, you want to go to the next call?
Let's go to the next call.
Hey, listen, this is Panther Pickle. Listen, I told a bunch of folks in the Tuesdays, last week in Tuesday's evening show chat, that Jim Harbaugh wasn't coming to Carolina, and I refused to get happy or excited or even think too much about it until he actually showed up. Now, a lot of folks, including G-Baby, called me out. Now,
the G-Baby
who needs to be called out?
Fight.
That man ain't even on the to-do list. And now we find out that he actually called and begged David Tepper to give him an interview. Ha!
I feel like we should make a WWE match between G-Baby Panther Pickle and Joey the Blind Panther.
Hey, I guess
and by the way, was
no. You know what you would call
match?
that? No,
Yeah.
you know what you would call that?
What?
A handicap match.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
I thought that watching the Panthers game this past Sunday versus the Saints was like watching Joey and his boys play basketball. All them black blind people.
Black.
But I tell you this,
people are,
as it turns out, all those
everybody's
black
gonna get
blind
that
people
joke.
live in TCU. Did you what? Man, that national champion.
Oh my goodness.
My whole
Hey, that
family
was
is
the worst
Georgia
performance I've ever
Bulldog
seen
fans.
in a
Like, I
national
mean,
championship
and so my
game.
It's the worst
wife,
ever.
dude, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it was, but my wife and her whole family, all like her whole family worked at Georgia alum. They're crazy Bulldog fans. And it is, I was trying to think about this, is if the Panthers were winning the Super Bowl by 67 points, would I be jumping up and down and screaming for like wide open touchdowns? I mean, these people were going nuts, bro. And I love them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, their team was winning the national championship, but I was like, gosh, how are you that excited when you're up 50 points? I was like, fuck yeah.
Hey, Tony, were you at that Cardinals game for the NFC Championship?
Yeah, I mean, but I was literally at the game, though.
I know, but I'm saying
okay. I don't know. I mean, like at some point, I almost felt like they were just cheering about kicking Joey.
Yo, by the way, White Chocolate's talking shit about Georgia and Clemson.
I hope he's talking shit
We
about
stopped
you.
their offense from putting up one touchdown, Kevin. You salty ass Gamecock.
Yeah, I want them to. I would cheer. How about this? Is like, would you? Is there a point if the Panthers were beating somebody to death, like bludgeoning them, where your cheers would just have less?
No. Never.
That's real.
I don't think
No,
so.
So you'd be like,
never.
"Oh, that's the dopest touchdown!" Like if you were up 7 touchdowns,
Yes,
you would
dude, it
still
felt like 70-7.
Okay.
Dude, I'm fucking losing my mind. My brain is melting. Are you serious?
I'm almost exhausted from your brain melting.
No, dude.
That's what
You're
I would
mad-
feel like by that point.
Your brain. That's
Let's
why.
go. Let's go.
Hey guys, 910 Panther fan here. Just tuning into the podcast. Thanks for the content. Yeah, season's over, but C3 is forever. For me, I feel like with the number 9 pick, we're going to do the same thing that they do every year. And, you know, I don't really see the point in taking all that draft capital that we got this year to give it up to move up. So, like, I'm seeing a trade back this year versus just picking, which is what we've been doing the last couple of years, which wouldn't be too bad. I've been looking at, maybe like 14, 15, picking up a guy like Darnell Washington or something like that. As far as the quarterback, the quarterback. As far as the quarterback, free agents. I don't think we're even close to getting something in the draft. So, and I really don't see world-changing talent in the draft anyway. So, I really think we need to bring in somebody that's already in the league and give him a fair shake. And I don't know, maybe Sam gets another year, but no more than 2.
More than 2.
After that, as far as the coach goes, the coach is Wilkes. That's just how it is. I mean, but Ben McAdoo can kick rocks. And these guys that we need to re-sign, Luvu, Bozeman, Foreman.
Do we have to re-sign
They need
Luvu?
to stick around. But anyways, love the show.
I
Thanks,
thought he was
guys.
like a 3-year deal that we signed him to before.
Appreciate you, bro.
Who's that?
Frankie Luvu.
I think we got him from another year.
Right?
I think we got him one more year.
Yeah, he's going to be expensive too. I mean, he's playing himself into a pretty good new contract.
I don't think we got to worry about it this year, though. I think it's next year. Let's.
Yeah, I believe so too.
Yeah, he goes through. Let's see, 2023. Lou Verno base salary 22.6 million.
I'm pretty sure we got him in 2024.
It doesn't say how long it is though. Go a little deeper. Go ahead. I'll figure
All right, next call.
Hey guys, it's the girl that makes them howl, aka Joey the Blind Panther. And I want to say something about this Jim Harbaugh thing. Jim Harbaugh, what concerns me about him is that he got ran out of San Francisco after getting to a Super Bowl with Colin Kaepernick, who now is most famous for taking a knee, not even for playing football. Sorry, but I had to say it. But he got to the Super Bowl with him as his quarterback, and he still got ran out of San Fran. Trent Baalke gets fired, sometime he gets fired. Now he lands with the Jaguars, and now the Jaguars are in the playoffs. So, and then now Harbaugh with Michigan, he tried to leave last year. So every year his name's always in the thing. It was kind of like Matt Rule's name was always in the thing before we hired him, which we had to be the guinea pigs on that one. That really sucked. But yeah, he's trying to get out of Michigan. You know, he's under investigation for illegal recruiting, so he could get run out of there. Do you really want a dude that got ran out of the last two stops? And he also got who was he with before he went to college the first time, before he went to the Niners? Didn't he get run out of there too? So guys, think about this. This guy wants all the control. You're gonna have to pay him a shitload of money, and he's a guy that keeps getting run out of wherever he goes, even though he has success. Anyway, guys. Wow.
That's a good call, Joey. Good call. We'll go to the next one. Look, the next two people called twice. I'm only going to play the first one of each of them. So, your fault, Cody. No, there's 3 minutes.
Hey. You know who the fuck it is. Booyaka! I need to come to Tony's defense.
Oh,
because
I'm playing both calls.
I don't know if it was after the game on Sunday, but the discussion was if we should have sat our starters or if playing the guys is a big deal or not. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, if it's a meaningless game and you're signed to a contract that's going into next year and we have nothing to play for and you're still on the field and you're playing and you have a chance of getting hurt, Corbett, fucking Christensen, that's a big fucking deal to me. Cody Lackey, you're 100% wrong on this. Tony, you killed that shit, bro. You're 100% right. There's no reason why anyone should have fucking played, especially our starters going into next season. Now we have a fucking right guard that has a torn ACL towards the end of the season. He ain't even going to be able to play preseason ball. He ain't even going to come back until the end of the season.
Bro.
And that's even if he does come back. And that's an offensive lineman. And then Brady Christensen has got a broken ankle now. So you try to tell me we lost two of our offensive starters on the offensive line in the trenches to a meaningless game because we want to fight for a fucking head coach that's probably not even going to be the fucking head coach of the Carolina Panthers, bro. That's fucking insanity to me. I already said the only way I'd bring Steve Wilkes back is for a fucking coordinator job, and he was even a good fucking defensive coordinator. Go fucking look at it, bro.
It wasn't.
Steve Wilkes' record as an overall as a head coach is trash. Y'all fell in love with the Charlotte homegrown man. That's cool and all, but that's not going to help us win fucking games. His peak is 7-8 wins max. I don't need. I'm 30 fucking 1. By the time y'all want to fucking get this fucking QB head coach carousel, we're in the carousel. By the time we get that shit right, I'm gonna be in my fucking 40s, bruh.
G baby's gonna say him for grandpa baby.
We keep doing the same shit. We should have pulled all the fucking starters. If Brian Burns ain't gonna play, DJ should have played. None of them niggas should fucking play, bruh. But now we got 2 offensive linemen down going into the fucking off season. That's fucking great. Some more fucking players we need to fucking replace or fucking fix. Another more positions we gotta fix.
He's not wrong.
This shit's insanity to me.
And
it's insanity, bro.
You can't just listen to. Look.
God damn, bro. I pray to God. And now that fucking Chicago's got the #1 pick, you best fuck.
Federer came out.
I wanted to know what he was going to say right there.
Nah, man. You want to listen? All right, you want to listen to it?
Fine.
Oh, did you cut it off?
No, I didn't cut it off. The 3-minute limit did. So you know what? You said it, Cody. You deserve it. You say it. You got it. I'm telling you this. As Federer tried to tell you, he fixed a lot of things. What he fixed was true. The offensive line was so much better. But guess what? The 2 most important part, not most important. That's wrong. We saw what happened when you put Michael Jordan in there. Bum squad. And now Austin Corbett hurt. We're back to square. We're about to ground zero except for Aquanu. Here, you wanted to hear it. You said it. There's 2 more. You have to deal with it.
I'm fine. I'm not trying to jump off.
Chicago being at #1 changes everything. If Houston would have locked that shit up, stupid you dumb motherfuckers. Chicago can trade that fucking #1 pick, and they're most likely going to trade down. And if they're not fucking with Justin Fields, ring, I'll take Justin Fields in a fucking heartbeat, bruh. In a heartbeat.
Do you agree with me?
And another thing, DeAndre fucking Hopkins, you better go trade for that motherfucker and get fucking DJ Moore, a true #1 receiver. I would love to go trade for fucking DeAndre Hopkins, bruh. And I don't think it would cost a lot.
You're on my side, G.
DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona for like a 3rd-round pick or some
I'm
bullshit.
glad we played this call.
These are the moves that I would fucking make.
Hey.
Go trade for that #1 fucking pick. You're going to give up the 9th. We have, what, do we have 2 2s, 2 3rds? Give up a couple, bro. I don't give a fuck. Go get our goddamn quarterback, bruh. The Steph Curry of fucking football, or go get a fucking Hall of Fame and caliber fucking CJ fucking Stroud. There's only 2 QBs in this fucking draft that have generational type fucking talent that I'd be willing to fucking trade for, and that's CJ Stroud or fucking Bryce Young. I don't like the wide receiver class. It's not that good to me. The only true #1 wide receiver that's a true 1st-round draft pick or a true 1st-rounder is fucking Jordan Addison. But fuck, man. We gotta go get our fucking QB. This is G, baby, man. And dude, can we please go get Jim Harbaugh? This is not even a hard discussion. This is really easy, bro. If he calls you motherfuckers, count your blessings, bitch.
This man said he signed out of his call and still got 45 more, a minute and a half after it. I'm stopping it there.
I like the second call better than his first call.
So does Cody.
Yeah, I agree.
It's so funny that like he is on the side of like 1 point of all of ours. Like it feels
right.
Yeah, right.
That's the beauty of it, though, man. It's the beauty of the so many different opinions.
There's no beauty to this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes, there
it's
is.
beautiful.
Oh, curmudgeon.
Gorgeous.
Next call.
We need a shirt for Tony that says Panther is #1 curmudgeon.
How about
That's
this? Maybe it's a shirt that said I should be JD 64.
No, you don't live in Hawaii.
This is. I think
What's going on, everybody?
dang,
man, I know I said I wasn't gonna call in because I was pissed about who we are
Doesn't
interviewing.
matter.
Like example, Frank Wright. Frank Wright just got them fired by the motherfucking
See,
coach.
dog.
Why the fuck we got that interviewing fucking Frank Wright to be a motherfucking head coach? Real quick, man. C-Dog 1983. Whenever you come in here, make sure you hit the motherfucking like button. Make sure you got to subscribe to this great fucking content. You know what I'm saying? You come in here, wipe your feet off on the motherfucking like button and subscribe to this great content. You got the C3 Podcast is always putting out the longest running Panther podcast on YouTube, regardless of the goddamn subscribers. Now, real quick, man, I'm calling in for the first goddamn call this night on the goddamn cat call, goddamn talking about Steve Wilkes got that mediocre. How the fuck he got that mediocre? He got them won 7 fucking games. Matt Rule ain't won fucking 7 games since he fucking been here. And he had fucking McCaffrey, and he had fucking Robbie Anderson. And then you got them 7 wins, but no motherfucking McCaffrey, but no motherfucking goddamn Robbie Anderson, but no motherfucking quarterback. Yeah. Like, man, a lot of you fans need to goddamn shut the fuck up and humble your fucking self. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking coaching. Man, if goddamn Matt Rule was been the fucking coach, we had the number 1 fucking pick. You fucking dummies. Man, Matt Rule won those 7 fucking games. He couldn't get enough for fucking 5 wins. He averaged fucking 5 wins. Steve Wilkes got goddamn 7 wins, but no goddamn McCaffrey. You motherfuckers, you ungrateful motherfuckers. That's I'll tell you what, man. Oh man, let them go ahead and bring in one of these goddamn hot shots, man. They got that don't do shit. Like goddamn Thomas Davis said shit. Got they're gonna set us back. Need keep Wilkes. Let Wilkes goddamn bring in his goddamn OC. All we need to do keep Wilkes and bring in a goddamn new OC. Got that let McAdoo ass go and bring in a goddamn a reliable goddamn DC or in some cases got that Steve Wilson got that running got that defense. Shit, I don't got that mind that, but man, I got to stop with that bullshit, man. Talking about calling this man mediocre, trying to compare him to Riviera and shit. This nigga got down ain't had no motherfucking quarterback. This motherfucker got them 7 quarterbacks this season. And traded away the best fucking player and still got you 7 wins? Come on, man. Good. What are we really talking about, man? I just don't understand this shit. I really don't. I really don't, man. But anyways, got that shout out to got that G David to go. Everybody just got that calm the fuck down, baby. Got that go get good, go get right, go tighten up. Hey. You know what I'm saying? We just got to keep Wilkes. Go get us an OC. Or if you don't got that keep Wilkes, they better bring in somebody who know what the fuck they got them do.
I think he's right. As keep Wilkes, bring in Frank Wright here. If you have one. And I'm going to tell you what I think my criticism about Steve Wilkes would be. Right? Or so I think Cody would say, and I'm probably going to say it for him, but it's like the ceiling and the floor is where I think you're going. But for me with Wilkes, the only stain on his resume, in my opinion, is that he was a okay defensive coordinator, not fantastic. And what I mean by that is maybe he made a little chicken salad out of chicken shit. But like it wasn't, we haven't had a long resume of him being a dominant defensive mind. Right. And so, I mean, I think we know he's helped our secondary a lot. And when he was with that 2014-2015 season, he had a pretty good season as defensive coordinator with limited assets, but we only had a very small sample set. So I think the real it's not a weakness, but if I was on the committee, I would say this is we're hiring a defensive coach. He's great with the culture, but is he a brilliant defensive mind? I think he's a very good, I mean, am I ready to put him in the pantheon of like Wade Phelps or something? I think it's not even a negative. It's just like you're trying to poke any hole when you're on a committee. And the defense wasn't fantastic afterwards. You have questions about Al Holcomb, right? Like the Panthers defense got fucking torched. It's not like the Panthers
that terrible off-man coverage that we continue to play. Like that's probably my biggest concern with Wilkes is
he's good at defense, but is he great? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like
the argument is that if you give him an off season to build the roster in the way that he likes, then maybe you do see a different version of Steve. And by the way, when he was the head coach for the Cardinals, he wanted Josh Allen over Josh Rosen, but they didn't listen to him, and they drafted Josh Rosen. So maybe if he had the opportunity to build the team in the way that he wanted, maybe we wouldn't be complaining that
How
much.
crazy is it? How crazy is it that Steve Wilkes could potentially be a head coach this year and Cliff Kingsbury not, as they jettisoned?
Yeah, Steve Wilkes for Kingsbury. Yeah,
I know. What if we could really fuck the world up? We should almost make the Cardinals hire Steve Wilkes back. Like they should have just, you know what I'm saying? Like they just fired everything that they left in the pathway because of him. And he's more relevant right now than Cliff Kingsbury. How about that?
Hey, what time is a flat circle? They say.
Okay. Those are all the calls, by the way. So get your last points in and let's take the show. Not take the, we got more to do, but
the longest running segment still to go. I brought a
I
good
know.
one, Tony. We have to do
I know.
stuff. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna do a lot of it. Don't worry. I'm just saying, like, you guys blame it on me.
It's just because we love blaming
it's
things
your
on
fault.
you. It's easier, you know.
It is.
And
Dad.
it's the truth.
Kids always
Right.
hate the parents.
That's right. That's right.
Kids always hate the parents. But guess what? They always ask me to pay for your. No, I actually didn't mean it that way. My kids always talk shit to me, and they're like, I was like, man, motherfuckers, why don't you pay for the shit then?
You're such a dad.
Anyway, I didn't
You're
really mean
old.
it like that, though.
You're an old curmudgeon. It's okay. We still love you with your old.
I don't love
curmudgeon
y'all.
ass.
Though. I mean, I love
Yeah, you do.
everybody but
And don't
Cody.
be a fucking pussy ass.
He's my
liar.
least favorite
Shut
kid
up.
here.
You fucking
Well, I
love
believe
me,
that, yeah.
stupid. I'm your favorite. And shut up.
What?
Don't even say anything.
Do we have anything else to talk about, or can we do the ice up things?
I mean, we're gonna do.
No, it wasn't. You do it. It's your show, baby boy.
No, hey, you're not gonna blame
No,
me
do
for
it.
making it go longer. No, I
No,
know.
Greg's upset. Everybody else, I feel I will stay up with it. I will stay up to the end.
All right, well, no. Tell you what. Since me and you are just doing nothing but fighting, we'll leave it up. We'll leave it up to Greg and see. Did you want to do the last little segment that we had, or do you want to just go to the ice up? Or is this too much pressure? I don't know.
It's a lot of pressure. It really is.
Say it in front of your
All
parents.
you, Greg. You
Say it
make
right
this
in front of your
choice,
parents.
bro.
Oh, look,
if
look
all
at
we're doing
this.
is going through a
Put it all on
bracket,
Greg.
hey, if all we're doing is going through a bracket and picking the winners and not going to like a huge discussion about why,
Go to your room, Greg.
I say we pick
Go
the
to
winners.
your
I say we
fucking
pick the
room
winners.
right now. Go to bed.
Greg, this-
I got at least 2 cold more beers sitting here in front of me. So
2?
yeah,
That's it?
No, that's not.
in front of me.
No. Let's do
Yeah.
it. We don't have to spin forever. Let's just go through it real fast.
Don't listen to your mother.
I'll
Shut
keep
up.
track of. Well,
All
actually,
right.
no, it's I won't.
Playoff picks. CK, Miami, and Buffalo. Who you going?
Buffalo.
How did Miami make it?
They beat
By
the
the
Jets.
skin of their teeth. They had to beat the
They
Jets.
beat
Crazy,
Buffalo
isn't
that
it?
one time at the beginning of the year.
By the way,
There's 2
fun fact: every match on here is a rematch that happened earlier in this season at some point already.
Well, how is Miami truly ever going to beat Buffalo when they got Skylar Shula, whatever the dude's name is, whatever that girl is? You know what? There's 2 girls playing in the NFL right now, Trevina Lawrence and Schooler, whatever, for the Dolphins. Of course, that big man, Josh Allen.
Quarterback. Shit.
Or-
Oh, no, you're not gonna make this
Is
go
there a
on. No,
possible- imagine
Greg,
if the Bills
Shut up! You were going forward.
No,
Tony,
one question. No,
Miami,
one question about it. One question about it was how wild was it that the Bills returned
Yeah,
2?
2 in the same game, dude.
All right, that's it. That's all.
that was crazy.
I mean, imagine if the Dolphins. What kind of fucking bizarre
That's
world
all.
would that be?
Imagine if.
Like we would be
Are we
like
all going
this. We would be
Buffalo?
like, we run it back. We don't want the playoffs with the Dolphins.
So-
in it.
We're all. I think we'd all probably be Buffalo,
2-1
right?
game. Nuts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying.
Is
Buffalo.
Lamar going to be
No-
back for
no-
Baltimore?
No one's saying.
This is the Buffalo. This is Buffalo and Miami.
No,
Yeah,
I thought we were
Buffalo,
going to the next one.
Oh.
Yeah, I think
Stay
we're all
on
going
track,
to-
Tony. Jesus,
No, I
you're
thought I
all
was
over the
trying to
place.
move it along.
Oh, come on, Jen. Let me do it. I'll guide this ship, damn it. Okay, now we're going. No one's picking Miami. Baltimore and Cincy. Is anyone picking Baltimore?
Is Lamar playing? That's my question.
Yeah, I
There's
think
a
so.
question mark around it. The organization
He
is
has
saying
to
that they
play.
expect him to play, but people close to him say
He
he's
wants
not
that
even
money.
close.
He better
If
play.
he doesn't, if he
You're
doesn't
right,
play,
Greg. I think you're
If he
right.
wants that money, he
What
better
if he
play.
went in there and fucking beat the Bengals? You know what?
if he
500
doesn't
million
play, they're
guaranteed.
gonna
That's what I
trade
was saying.
They're gonna trade him if he doesn't play. I'm saying that now. If Lamar does not play in the playoffs, I'm calling it. He is not gonna be a Baltimore Raven next year.
I'm picking the Bengals, but I would not be wildly surprised. I wouldn't. There's a chance that Lamar could fuck it up right here. So I think here
Possibly.
I'm picking the Bengals right here, but I'm gonna put this game in our back pocket as we continue to go through the bracket because there's got to be one upset. Well, it doesn't have to be. If there is one upset, this is my vote as of now.
For the upset, okay.
So I picked the Bengals.
All right, everybody's picking the Bengals unless somebody says otherwise.
You got Buffalo Cincy next round. All right.
Yep. So next, the Chargers.
This is a harder game than anybody wants to know.
Jaguars.
Oh, look at this, Cody. Hell,
I know. I'm pumped, dude. I cannot.
What happens when you're you're pumped?
Yeah, I'm pumped, dude. Like these are my two favorite quarterbacks in the NFL, dude. My big.
You're gonna be
boys.
okay.
I love these dudes.
Do you go to Christmas with your mom or your dad and they're divorced?
Yeah, right. It's just, yeah, it's hard to choose. No, I'm gonna say Jacksonville, and the reason why I say that is because the Chargers have a really bad run defense, and Travis Etienne has become one of the better home run hitters in the NFL this year. And Jacksonville's defense, dude, they're flying around smacking people in the mouth.
They have. They've made some also like made points on defense.
Yeah, man.
Throughout the season. So I'm saying Trevor Trevino Lawrence, bro. This dude cannot cover a prize pick to save his little baby vagina life.
Yeah,
dude,
but I'm considering
you're so jaded.
He may, but I'm considering him for fantasy quarterback next year in my fantasy football league.
You shouldn't.
That guy can
You
put
can't
some
throw over
numbers up.
240.
You
can't throw
Trevor Lawrence?
never over never
I
throws
hated
over
Trevor
250
Lawrence.
yards.
I'm not saying I love him, but I'm starting to turn a corner on this guy, man. Don't say he hadn't thrown for. I think he has more 300-yard games than anybody except for Patrick Mahomes this year.
Oh, Mike Williams is injured.
Yeah.
Let's go look at it.
And Greg, next year Calvin Ridley comes back, and he's
in Jacksonville. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm
going Chargers. I'm going Chargers.
All right, CK, did you say?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm going Chargers here.
Ooh.
Oh, 2-2. Greg, who are you going?
I'm going Jags.
All right, cool.
So,
Cool. Me and
so
Greg
say
got the
Jags.
Jaguars. And that's our brother team, man. We're the Big Cat teams came in the same year. We gotta pull for our brother team.
So we'll have Jags or Chargers at Kansas City.
All right, going on to the NFC. We have the Seahawks versus the Niners. Tony said that the Ravens and the Bengals were the upset game. In my opinion, this could possibly be the upset game.
Wow. I like
I
this.
think.
Wow.
I
can
think
see it.
the Seahawks are surging late. They're playing the best football late.
They're not playing the best football late. They played their best football
playing
earlier.
their best football late. They had a good performance against. I forgot who they played. Yeah. Narrowly, I'm gonna give San Fran the edge. So
I agree. I rock with San Fran, even though I don't think Purdy is the answer. I think they can get through this round. I think, man, they're gonna make it. They're probably gonna make it to the NFC Championship. I think. Anyway, no, I see what you're saying. I think this could be one of those games like they maybe, just they fell asleep or something like that. They don't have the starting quarterback that can lead them from behind. I think the 49ers need to play or want to play from ahead. Their defense can fucking dominate you. Like the 49ers are very much like a Panthers team. you know what I'm saying, that we loved, and that is a defense that just fucking beats your ass, a run game that bludgeons you the fuck, but it does help you to play from ahead. And I'm not trying to talk good about the Seahawks. I just think that the San Francisco 49ers want to play from ahead. I'm picking them, but I can see what you're talking about, Cody.
Yeah. So did we all pick? Yeah, we all picked San Fran. Okay.
No,
Yeah, I think
I only did, and we did, and then you let the kids just fucking sit there in the corner like little scared children.
Dude,
CK, who are you picking?
I'm picking the 49ers.
Shut up, go to your room.
I'm taking San Fran too, and I'm not gonna lie, like I think we're kind of underestimating Brock Purdy here. While he's not a world beater, you're talking about a guy who's got a 70 to 75% completion rate, 250 yards in 6 games. Yeah, 6 games. He has almost 1,400 yards, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions.
I know.
That's pretty good
They
numbers.
play from ahead. They play from ahead.
Pretty good numbers.
They're gonna
Yeah.
win. They're gonna win. They're gonna win. New
I,
York, Minnesota.
Yeah, New York, Minnesota. I'm taking the upset, baby. I'm going Giants. I know me and CK have kind of argued about this over the year. I think Greg has too. Dude, I'm just not a believer in Minnesota. I'm just not. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they're one of the. I think that upset's going to happen. I'm picking the Giants.
I'm right behind you. I'm taking the Giants too. Same reason. I think that on Minnesota has the talent to beat anybody. They just don't have the discipline to beat everybody. They can be beaten by like on any given day, man. Like sometimes they show up, sometimes they don't. It's just insane. That 33-point comeback in that second half, you'll never see that again ever in the history of the NFL. That's a complete.
Were they playing in that
everything
game?
Colts.
The Colts.
That's a complete
Oh, that's
every
right.
single thing.
I
that
was
has
about to
fall
say,
your way
oh, that was a good team,
does.
but no.
Yeah, you'll never see that again ever. So,
Yep.
Hopefully we'll never watch the Giants play the Colts, where
Totally.
Jeff Saturday is the fucking coach and this and that ever again. I'm picking the Minnesota
Who are you picking?
Vikings. Minnesota Vikings.
Okay.
Y'all did
All
like.
right, Minnesota.
I mean, they're like 13-3 or 4 or some shit like that.
All right, this ought to
Giants
be
suck,
fun.
bro.
This ought to be fun. The Dallas Cowgirls at
Cause CK, look, you don't even let CK pick.
He
Did
knows
you
what I was
pick?
gonna say.
What were you gonna
Yeah,
say?
'cause
You
I
haven't
know-
let him pick the like maybe 3 picks, Cody.
fine.
You
Vikings.
said you wanted to stay up all night, and then you don't even let the kids party.
Because I just
CK,
figured
who
that-
you liking,
that's
man?
Got
his
the
team.
Vikings on that one.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's his team. That
Finally.
was
That's why he
easy.
doesn't like you.
I feel like CK might pick the Vikings to go all the way this year. I know he likes the Vikings a lot.
I
do
wouldn't
like
be
the
surprised
Vikings,
if they come out of that.
but I don't
bracket.
think I don't think they'll win this weekend. But I don't think that they're going to be pulling it out against the Philly or the Cowboys.
That's a hard one.
Okay.
Yeah, the Eagles are tough.
So Cowgirls at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm picking the Bucks. I'm picking the Bucks, and I don't want to. Like, I think the Cowboys should be the better team overall. Like, the defense better, this and that. But you know what? They have stunk kind of, and what? You know what? I'm just going Bucks. Just going Bucks. Fuck it.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
I'm
the
actually-
Cowgirls famously choke in the playoffs.
Yeah. Or
They
have
do.
choked for the last 3 weeks too. They couldn't even score 5.
Last week, not the last 3 weeks. I think they've been blowing teams out. of the water.
Dak has thrown like 18 interceptions in the last
Dak hasn't played
4
well,
weeks.
but Dallas has been
Right.
blowing teams out of the water for the last month.
Guess
with
who
the
they
exception
got to
of last
play?
week.
They got to play Tom
They
Brady.
haven't played. And that's why I'm going with Dallas. Because and actually, this is technically an upset if I go with Dallas. Because Dallas is the wild card here. So technically, it's an upset.
Yeah,
Big
but
Dallas.
what I
I'm
wonder
taking
what
the
the
upset.
spread is. Go ahead.
3 point Dallas plus 3. Or no, yeah, Dallas plus 3.
Really?
I think was the spread.
There's no way they are dogs.
Or no, it might be
Okay.
Dallas minus 3. It's 3 points in Dallas. I can't
Bucks
remember.
to,
Yeah.
but okay.
Bucks are underdogs, yeah. But I'm taking Dallas. They do always choke in the playoffs, but you know what? Fuck Tom Brady. So,
But Tom Brady, I am also. I'll say Dallas. They're gonna get over the bugaboo of being one and done in the playoffs. I think this will be Tom Brady's final game as a Buck.
Oh, okay.
And that's it, right?
I'll go. Oh my God!
I'm fucking with you. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No,
I'm joking.
no, you were
damn
not.
it. Yes, I was.
you were not.
I'm gonna also go with the Cowboys. I think that I'll do a quick description as to why, because I understand that it's easy to shit on the Cowboys. The Bucks barely beat us, and we were missing our starting cornerbacks. And we aren't a great team, right? I'm not saying the Dallas Cowboys are, but they are, when you look at from a talent from head to toe, there's no comparison of the Panthers to the Cowboys right now. The Bucks are going to have their hands full trying to keep these guys in check, that running back duo of Pollard and Elliott. So I think it's going to be a rough day for the Bucks.
Go to bed then, CK. Just sent to your room. No, I really don't care that much. How can you really look? I just don't feel like Dallas has looked good either. So I understand the argument.
The Bucks look good in one game.
No, I understand the argument of saying the Bucks haven't looked good, so you don't want to pick them. But also, the Cowboys have looked fucking awful recently, and that's everything hasn't looked good about them. That's what I'm just saying. Like, I mean, I almost feel like they're dueling teams at this point. And if 5 weeks ago, I would have picked Dallas 10 times out of 10 times. All right, but that's it. We'll see next week. I hope Greg wrote them down.
Yeah, it'll be easy for me to remember.
Yeah, we'll
really.
Know basically, me and
why you got sent to your room? You're gonna remember what we picked. Who was my upset?
We all picked the exact same things except for
I don't even remember my upset.
Jags and the
no, I picked the upset.
The Giants and Minnesota. Yeah, you picked the.
You didn't even take your own upset.
Me and Cody picked all the exact same things. You and CK picked all the exact same things. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you didn't even take your upset.
Except you took Tampa Bay and we all took Dallas. That's the only difference.
Okay.
Beyond that.
Yeah.
All right.
Running segments in the C3 Panthers podcast history. It's time to honor Steve Smith. Some fools. The last kid.
Man, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Really?
Yeah. You know what? I'm icing up your fucking mic.
Ice up, son. Ice up.
You were breaking up. What'd you say?
Good. Oh my gosh.
I didn't hear you. You were
exactly
breaking up a little bit. My bad.
How's that?
Oh man.
You said
all right, eyes up.
Right.
Let's add some food. Tony, go first.
Me?
Yeah.
No. Okay. No, I'm not
going
fine,
first.
Okay, no.
Okay,
I just tried to ice you up, and then you iced me up, and while I was icing you up for your microphone. No, y'all go first because I don't have my Twitter.
You broke up. I didn't hear you. All right, CK or whoever wants to go first.
Which one of my kids is gonna come and defend me about your microphone was just click clacking while we were.
It was bad just now. Yeah. I'll give you that. CK, you want to go?
You go ahead, and Greg. It sounds like you got one in the chamber.
I do. I have one loaded up. I'm gonna share the screen here. So this is a really old tweet, but I just happened to run across this today, just flipping through TikTok. Somebody was talking about it, and I was like, "Oh, I got to look into this." So we always complain about Donald Trump on Twitter. I think it's just government doesn't need to be on Twitter. Like if you're in the government, you just don't need to be on social media posting stuff. Just everybody in general, like Trump, senators, House, like everybody, presidents. The White House tweeted out last month, and I'm gonna try to share this while I'm talking about it. The seniors are getting the biggest increase in Social Security checks in 10 years through Biden's leadership. Okay, and this is like a dual license up here. So Twitter points out to the White House at Twitter that seniors receive a Social Security benefits due to the annual cost of living adjustments based on the inflation rate. President Nixon in 1972 signed that into law. So basically, what they're trying to portray to you here is that they're giving these seniors a huge Social Security increase, but it's only because the inflation rate is the highest it's ever been. It runs accordingly with the inflation rate.
Because eggs cost $4.50 right now, bro.
Exactly. They don't tell you that in this tweet. And there's actually a person I meant to share this, and I'm sorry, I'm not doing a good job sharing it. Right here. If I get it. So, like, you know, this is since 1972, it's been the same way, but they're trying to portray it as though they have the biggest checks and increases. And there's even representatives.
You got a raise, Mug. You got a raise because your electric bill went up 10% because
Carolyn Maloney says Republicans talk about eliminating Social Security, but Democrats provide a historic adjustment to get your seniors economic help they need. I will never leave our seniors behind. It's like,
how awesome is this? Is one group is saying give them $0, the other group is saying we gave you an extra $1.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just funny. It's so funny.
It's the virtue signal.
The funniest thing about this is I'm icing up the White House for this Twitter post, which they actually deleted after they were fact-checked by Twitter. But what I'm really icing up is all y'all on Twitter, because it's been a few months now, that are still on Twitter, still looking at this stuff. And this right here is what Elon Musk said it was doing to stop things. This misrepresentation of media. This right here is fixed. It got pointed out. It got taken down. So I'm icing up everybody that was on Twitter months ago that said they were going to get off Twitter because of this and are still on it now. So to everybody else, ice up to all of them.
Use your brain and figure it out, folks, is my advice.
Yeah.
Right? Don't let someone else tell you. I mean, that's what I would just ultimately say is disinformation and will always exist.
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, like, use your brain. You know what? I'll go next because I got 10.
My God.
No, you have one. You have one.
Nope.
You have no. Nope.
Number one.
This is why you make the podcast longer.
No, you have to deal with it. You have to deal with it. Hold on. Because I'm not good again at doing what the kids do.
Look, mine is short and simple. Can I just go first?
Oh, shit. No, you can't. This is my first one. This shit.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, you go to jail for that.
Not in whatever country this is. No. You know what? In TikTok country, you don't go to jail for this. Look at this. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And you know what somebody put up on Twitter is like, we gotta, the internet will find this person, they will go to jail. Right. And if you're listening to it, oh, don't worry. I told you I got 10. I got 10. I only got 3, maybe. But if you did, all right, so if you're listening to this and you get to see it, it's somebody that was dumb, obviously, holding a baby, smoking a blunt, and then was it doctored? That's my first question. That would be my first question watching this and stuff. But that person is going to go to jail.
People are that dumb. People are that fucking
That's
stupid.
Messed up. So they...
Yeah.
If you watch Netflix, go watch, and you want to watch the most crazy horror, not horror, but like one of those wild dramas. The one is Don't Fuck with Cats. And the internet will fuck you up, bro. So that guy he'll get the death penalty for that. But that's wild. You shouldn't put anyway.
Yeah, you go to jail.
If you saw it, if you're listening, you didn't get to see it. Some dude put a blunt to a baby's mouth multiple times. This one. Hopefully, tell me you can hear it.
I just saw this.
This shit is at the
college
and
football.
You know what? I don't know who to ice up. Like, I kind of like the guy, but I love Floyd Mayweather. So this guy is at the national championship, and he's walking past the greatest boxer of the last 50 years, of our lifetime.
Yeah.
Arguably the greatest boxer of all time in some ways. Yeah.
Floyd.
You hear it?
I'll knock you out, nigga.
Could you hear it?
Yeah, but the video messed up. But yeah, there wasn't much to the video.
But some guy walked by, and the look that Floyd gives him, like he was like, "I know you're fucking with me, but I kind of want to just beat your ass."
Right.
That's how I would be. So Floyd, great to you. And then the last, hold on, I got this Bad Baby.
Oh God.
Y'all remember Bad Baby? I didn't even know who this was. I had to
Baby.
Google her. I remember her. I didn't remember her name. Do you remember who she is?
Yeah, the Cash Me Outside girl.
Cash me outside. Cash me outside. Cash me outside. She pulled a reverse Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson went from black to white. She went from white to black. And if you look at her Instagram, it's like, good God, like how did you powder your whole body, your ankles? She put foundation everywhere. But remember the Cash Me Outside girl who was so hard.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? In some ways, like that trailer park hard where you're like, so then she got famous and rich and this and that. And then when she turned 18, she started an OnlyFans account. And this is what she put out here is Bad Baby, which she spells bad, BABHAD. Baby, BH. She got these BH things going. She said people who joined her OnlyFans right when she turned 18 should be in jail.
Did she take that money?
Hell yeah, she took that money.
Know she
then what do you got to complain about?
You know what she said? Put them inside, cash me outside.
Yeah.
Put them put them in the clank, as the old guy said, Cody. You don't know about that. But here, I got so much problem with this shit.
Yeah.
Back in my day.
You know what? You should cash her outside and don't have no bad babies with her by cashing inside.
God.
Telling you.
I've actually never
This
seen her
whack.
before. I've heard so many. I've heard the Dr. Phil video, and I've read the news.
I mean, I don't know
never
even
seen
what
her
to say. I would just say is this. And then, you know what? Somebody, if you look in the comments, which the comments are always the best.
They always
actually,
win.
Oh, yeah.
If I could, actually, it might be the top one. This guy said, and he was trying to make a good point, but he said, are you trying to call us out mortally? And he was saying, like, moral. And I was like, bro, your point was all right, but cash me outside.
You should have spelled morally, MHORALY.
God, bagged that. Look, the man, so to her, to Bad Baby. Don't have no bad babies with no bad bitches.
Yeah, you know what? She's living it up, though, man.
I liked her. I liked her before this. I liked
No,
her.
you
with the,
didn't. Why?
I was on her side with that cash me outside shit. She made a name for herself.
Dude, she was a little shit. All right, mine is going to be very simple, very to the point. People need to stop getting plastic surgery
like Bad
every
Baby.
Every time you have a feature about yourself that you don't like.
Oh,
Case
is
in
this?
point.
Oh, this ain't the one.
And I didn't even want to show this because it's like
She got a 7 head now.
Wow, dude, wait, no,
I don't know.
hold
I've never seen this, but I love forehead jokes.
Wait for
I
it,
love
dude.
forehead jokes.
Okay, so let me pause or mute this.
I can only imagine.
Okay, big old forehead, and you know she was made fun of tremendously in her life, right?
I don't think she has a big forehead.
I know.
I think she's fine. Yeah.
That's a 4.5
you're
head.
You're right, Greg. You are right. There is nothing wrong with her head. But
She should have fucked with her hairline.
But tell me what y'all think, right? So this is chronicling her journey to get.
This ain't the super glue shit, is it?
No.
Okay.
She's having plastic surgery done to take some size off of her forehead.
The forehead's getting shrunk?
In the surgery bed, boom. This
they
is
hit her with a widow's peak?
Wait. This is her after.
You could have gone to the barbershop for that. They would have glued that shit on.
Dude, are you serious with me? Like she was a good looking girl before, and now she has an alien head. She looks like an alien now, and dude, I'm sad.
Who are you icing up? I don't know who you're icing up.
Not only am I icing up her, but I'm icing up the society that tells people if you don't like something about yourself, change it. Get your surgery, get your tits done, get your ass done, get the liposuction, get the BBL shots, all this other dumb shit. Maybe just love yourself, sweetheart. Ice up.
You know who we should celebrate somebody in that one? The forehead surgeon who ultimately was just a barber who glued hair onto her forehead. They didn't shrink her forehead, they just added hair.
Her head looked bigger afterwards.
Dude,
they didn't shrink her forehead. Hey, by the way, I'm here to see the forehead surgeon. No,
it's like she was beautiful.
They paid her. She paid $45,000 for them to put her to sleep and then glue some hair on her forehead.
She went from a 5 head to a 3.5 head.
I know.
It's like, what the fuck?
But a giant ass head, bro. You know what? If you need forehead surgery, call me, folks.
Yeah.
Call me. I got it.
All right, can we get the fuck out of here? I think we're done.
You skipping CK
again? Oh my god!
Oh shit, my bad.
I was gonna say, so
please, will you ice up Cody?
Yeah, I'll ice up Cody. No, so there was a recent story, and I don't care what your affiliation, how you feel about Jordan Peterson or not, but he's Canadian, and he's had recently put out there that he is being he's having to go under review for disciplinary actions because of essentially a tweet that he had put out there, a couple of tweets, one of which was a bit critical of Trudeau, and so they've got this whole disciplinary hearing, and the only things that they have been able to put in there, and this guy, by the way, one of the most incredible, like one of the best speakers in the world, and is incredibly able, is an ability to be able to state things in a way that makes it just so clear and concise about your own life and how you feel. Like, it's just an incredible person to go and listen to if you are interested in that. What do they call it? The inspiration porn, as it will. Yeah. So that's one of those best guys, one of the best guys you can listen to or read books on and whatnot. But nonetheless, he's in some hot water in Canadians' eyes. So they're doing that, and it's basically all that it is people on social media have just put these complaints in, and now they're trying to put him into this review system for disciplinary action and all this stuff. And I'm just saying, like, if you literally live in a world where you see somebody who has a differing opinion from you, or they say something that offends you, and your first goal is to let me try to fuck his life up, you're an absolute shitbag of a human being.
I love him too, by the way.
Oh yes.
Like, and I
do enjoy listening to him.
Yeah,
I will listen to him.
It's just because a lot of the things that he says goes against the agenda of many people's ideologies.
So why do you want to not you? I'm 100% agree. Why do you want to just silence discordant sounds? I almost feel like it feels weak at that point. Like, you just don't want to address the ideas. You're just upset that the sounds are different.
Like, here's the thing if you're a part of a group of people where your goal is, if I don't agree with that person, I'm going to remove them from my life and try to fuck them over in some way, shape, or form as well, tells me you're a coward because you don't think that your ideals are going to hold up against theirs.
Mm-hmm.
That's 100. What it tells to me. Yep. If you think that what you stand for is true and moral and puts you in a higher place than if because that's what most of us, if we have an idea of how we think the world should be run, we believe it's the right way, and we believe it's better than who somebody who would be opposing us. And if our goal is to get their opinion silenced, that means that you don't believe your viewpoint is a valid one, and that theirs might have a stronger foothold. And I think that that's a weak way of living life. So if you're one of those people who live your life looking to silence somebody, looking to destroy somebody's life because they have a differing opinion to you, I just want to say ice up. And this goes for every person. This isn't a liberal agenda. This isn't a conservative agenda. We have seen this on both sides of the aisle.
He's really talking to Cody, by the way, tonight.
Right.
That's
So
what
I'm
he's
just-
talking to.
Yeah. So those people, I have to say, because it's just, I believe the world's a good world. I just feel people are good people, and right now it's just easy to get stuck into these groups of like-minded individuals who just incite these ideas, and this idea that there's nobody else's opinion that matters.
I think you're on to two things. Is groupthink is one of them. Are you just following the herd to follow the herd? And the other, what you're really onto, is that are you intimidated by having to make a better statement than that person? Like, you don't like what that person is saying. I think that's what's kind of always been interesting about. I like Jordan Peterson because I feel like he makes logical statements. Okay, you don't like it, you disagree with it, that's fine, but you have to then make a stronger statement.
Right.
So I think you're right, is like the intimidation of your ideas. So you just use the brute strength of the internet, I guess, against
Yeah, you're never going. If you really want an ideology to go away, then you're never going to get it to happen by silencing the people that believe in it. Now you've vindicated them and you've made them stronger, and now you've given them this martyr feeling like, hey, we're making the point, and the powers that be don't want you to hear this kind of information.
Right.
No, if you want to silence what you think are bad ideas, it's incumbent upon you to present a better idea. You must win the war.
You got muted.
Get the fuck out of my shit. It's my show now, damn it.
Can I add on to what you're saying there, CK? Like, I love Jordan Peterson. I love watching his videos, his YouTube videos. I love reading his books. If you have not read the book 12 Rules for Life, check that out. That might be one of the best books I've ever read in my life. Check out the audio version. Jordan Peterson narrates it. It is fucking amazing. Like, you'll get through the first chapter and your mind will be blown by what he says. And he compares it to a lobster in the first chapter. And by the end of it, it makes total sense.
I would just say there's a lot of other people on that spectrum that we probably need to silence way before him.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, if you were gonna pick him out, anyway.
Well, you know his big thing in Canada, that what started everybody not liking him in Canada, right? Was because Canada tried to make the pronoun rule where you were legally forced to call somebody by their pronoun. And while he wasn't arguing whether that was right or wrong as far as pronouns or not, he's arguing that's not freedom of speech. And there's never been anything like that in the entire Canadian history like that. And that's his point. It's not arguing the right or wrong of the pronouns. It's the law states this.
Yeah,
and you're
I don't
just ignoring
dislike
the
him.
law.
I'm with
you
him.
know?
I kind of rock with him, and I'm liberal as fuck.
Yeah.
I'm a liberal, and I rock with him.
I think he's not really jumped over to that side of the road until recently, really. Like, and
I don't even think he's radical. I don't think he's radical at all. I think he's just
as
like
moderate as you can get, and he's just logical in a lot of the things that he talks about, and that's
confident. That's what the problem that bothers people is, that he's confident.
His confidence. Here's what I will say to people. If you're
his
wanting
diet is fucked up. Have you heard about his diet?
No.
All meat diet.
It's he only eats red meat.
Yeah.
Carnivorous diet, yeah, carnivore
and
diet.
he red meat, water, and salt.
Have you seen his daughter? His daughter's hot.
Oh, but now I gotta look her up.
She's
don't put me on this. You know I'm gonna be googling her tonight.
She's really smart. She's really smart, and she's really hot, and she has the same diet as him.
Yeah, I'll say this: like, if
I'm
you're
googling real porn with Jordan Peters' daughter and the Trump girl.
And
I remember her name. No, what's Trump's daughter? Ivanka.
Just saying, Just saying, while you're trying to silence a guy who's kind of in the like if he is a Republican and a conservative and you're a liberal, like you want that type of conservative.
Deep fake is the word
like
I was looking for.
Right. You want that type of conservative. Like you don't want the extreme conservative. If you're a liberal person, you like the organization known as liberals or the Democratic Party have to have Republicans. Like there is not one without the other, because
we gotta rock with Cody. I would say this is we should be just rocking with the anti-established person, anti-establishment. But Cody made a lot of sense until tonight, though.
Don't vote.
Y'all are just...
They all suck. Don't do it.
All right.
I'll never do it again. People can't get mad at me for my politics. I don't.
Yeah, we can. We get mad at. I'm mad at you. Like I'm ready to disown you.
I mean,
folks,
that's
you
fine.
know what? You might not even see us argue until tomorrow night. I think we're gonna get, hopefully, Josh Klein from Riot Report tomorrow. Maybe a little insight about this coaching search.
Ask him what he's doing for vacation, because he normally goes around this time, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like right now, he is a Wilkes guy.
I think most of the media people are. I think they sit there in those press conferences and they hear him talk, and it's something that you can feel when you're there with him. That I
feel
would
like
imagine.
we were tonight. Secretly, I feel like this is the person who is the most radical person that wants to take the biggest swing. Is Cody Lashney, and he barely went out there and swing. Think about that. You barely went out there and swing. Like
yeah,
I think we did. I think we're on Team Wilkes right now.
Yeah, if we hired Steve Wilkes, we're all
fine.
We're all happy about that.
Yeah,
pumped. Yeah,
we're all happy about that decision moving forward. Here on the panel, G Baby would not be. So
a lot of people would be upset,
but there's the majority of Panthers fans wouldn't be. That's the funny. Until people, and if we hadn't had the report that Jim Harbaugh was being called or had called us, nobody would have. Like Steve Wilkes would be the guy. Nobody would even think twice about it. But because Jim Harbaugh
just had to beat Tampa, if he would have won that Pittsburgh, I think Pittsburgh would have gone a long way to the resume. And I think that Tampa Bay game, even if we didn't make the playoffs, I imagine if you just had one more win on the resume. Actually, no. If you're in the playoff, man, like Wilkes, I think right now, I think Harbaugh. The only reason I like it and love it is because of the sex. You see his brother who's fucking dominated over there. He's had a lot of success, but right now, I think this is a Wilkes podcast. I'm not going to speak
pro Wilkes.
I am.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you got to bring that up. You got to bring that up.
No, thanks for bringing that up. I've forgotten about it. And but it's strats, dude. We can't forget strats. It's just
supply chain.
Can I ice up Lego for costing 8 times more, even with inflation, and making way smaller, less awesome sets?
I fucking hate it.
You mean like real Legos? Like you put a click
Lego set?
Yeah, like the Lego sets and stuff. I've been so into the Lego sets. Like I bought my son a couple, and I have so much. I don't know. It's so satisfying putting them together.
Do you know how expensive they've always been, bro?
I know, but they're getting worse, and they're getting like it's bigger. Like
how much does the big one cost now?
Hundreds, like 200 or 300.
Not like the one you want to make.
A Lego Death Star is like $400.
Well, that's always been like that.
That's a big
one.
One.
I know, old guy here. My son's gonna be 15 in February, but in 2015. Was the 2015 season before we even popped off, right? It was Fan Fest, and I would take my family. We would go to Spartanburg for one day, and then we would go to Fan Fest. Like we make kind of like a weekend, like a 3 or 4 trip. We would go, and so we went to Fan Fest, and my son doesn't even love the Panthers. I've tried so hard, right? And but even then, he didn't really care a ton, and he loved putting together the Lego sets. and you would spend $40. You know, you would be like, "Hey, I want to go do something nice for you." Go spend $40 on a Saturday to get them this one. It was like this big, you know, the Lego set, and he put it together in like 12 minutes.
Yeah, 78 piece.
The big set was the $100 set. That's what the big set was. Like, I mean, that was a good one. Like the top shelf at Walmart or whatever.
Some of these people just work to get these Lego sets, dude. That's all.
I told him this is I said, bro, if you can get me Cam Newton's autograph, I'll give you the $100 Lego set. That's what I told him when we were at FanFest. And this kid took that Super Cam cape that my wife made me. I still have it. It's folded up. I gotta put it in the shadow box. This kid ducked, dove, wove, popped and poo, and he got that fucking signature, bro.
Wow. Oh, hell yeah.
He got it. That was $110 kit then. So while y'all are talking, I wonder what it is now.
Probably more. 160 now, probably.
That's crazy.
It is insane, man, how expensive it is.
That's it.
Anyway, hey, let's
go
go
to bed.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Let's go to bed.
All right, C3 Nation. You see this. You know how to find us. Cody Lack, Codizzle Allen, The Bat Daddy 52, Cat Chronicles. It's 1:02, and if you're Dan Floyd, it's 6 a.m., dude. So we're out. Peace and love. Holla to your mama. And you already know what we do. Keep pounding.